Chapter 3304. In the past, Duan Lingtian only knew that his eldest senior sister was Su Lang's daughter, and was very mysterious. He also knew that his eldest senior sister was stronger than his second senior brother, Lu Ji. However, he did not expect her to be so strong. He did not expect his eldest senior sister to be able to kill a titled celestial emperor. What did this mean? Even if his eldest senior sister was not as strong as a titled celestial emperor, she must have other means to kill titled celestial emperors. Just like him. Hume chuckled and said, "Little junior brother, don't think that you're the strongest among us just because you were able to kill Dugu by luck." Hume chuckled and said, "Although eldest senior sister didn't obtain a title, she killed a titled celestial emperor a long time ago. Right now, eldest senior sister's strength is comparable to teachers." Hume glanced at Su Lang after she finished speaking. Now, when Su Lang heard Hume mention her eldest senior sister, his eyes involuntarily filled with nostalgia and gentleness. After all, she was his daughter. Hong Fei laughed and said, "Little junior brother, eldest senior sister has always said that we're useless. Even second senior brother was scolded by her." Hong Fei laughed and said, "Now, you've made us proud. If senior sister knows that one of us killed Dugu, she definitely won't scold us anymore." Sixth junior brother, you figured it out. Ouyang Chi-Fei shook his head and smiled wryly. Even if eldest senior sister finds out about this, at most, she won't scold us. However, she'll still exclude little junior brother and continue to scold us. As soon as Ouyang Chi-Fei finished speaking, Lu Ji, who had remained silent all this while, nodded and said with a faint smile on his face, "Little junior brother, I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave first." After saying his goodbyes, Lu Ji left. He was heading in the direction of his own cultivation area. "Look at how both of you managed to persuade second senior brother to leave," Hume said as she glared at Ouyang Chi-Fei and Hong Fei. Eldest senior sister's strength has already given second senior brother a lot of pressure. Now that little junior brother is here, second senior brother must be feeling even more pressure. When Wanner said leisurely, "Now, second senior brother must be busy going back to cultivate." Hong Fei shook his head, the fat on his face jiggling. Second senior brother's expectations for himself are too high. If it were me, I wouldn't even think about comparing myself with eldest senior sister and youngest junior brother when I think about how freakish they are. Sixth junior brother, it is precisely because you have such thoughts that you cannot even compare to little junior brother. Ouyang Chi-Fei smiled. Fifth senior brother, don't just talk about me. I can't compare to little junior brother. But can you? Hong Fei grumbled. Ouyang Chi-Fei was stunned at first, but he quickly concealed his awkwardness and said with a smile, "I'm not as good as little junior brother, but I'm still stronger than you, right?" "You?" Hong Fei was furious, but he had nothing to say, because he was indeed the weakest disciple under Su Lang. Duan Lingtian stood at the side as he watched his fifth senior brother and sixth senior brother fooling around. A smile could not help but appear on his face. At this moment, he had already treated these people as his family. Before he returned, he did not expect his senior brothers, senior sisters, and his teacher Su Lang would do so many things for him. He had asked Huaner about this earlier through voice transmission, but even she was unaware of this. Ever since Duan Lingtian had ascended to the Devata realms and joined the Heavenly Pool Palace, there were only a handful of people whom he cared about. However, he cared about Su Lang's disciples from the bottom of his heart. "Oh right." All of a sudden, Hume seemed to have thought of something. She let out a cry of surprise, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. "Little junior brother." Hume looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "I'm sure Dugu Wu will inform Han Yunjin and Lei Jun about you killing Dugu. If that's the case, will Han Yunjin still dare to challenge you to a life-or-death battle in the Prodigy Arena a year later?" Hume thought of this problem. Duan Lingtian was taken aback. If Dugu Wu had informed Han Yunjin and Lei Jun, Han Yunjin might not challenge him to a life-or-death battle in the Prodigy Arena. After all, Han Yunjin was someone who could kill Dugu. In order to preserve his life, Han Yunjin would rather sacrifice his reputation. "Old Seventh, did you take Dugu Wen's spatial ring?" Su Lang asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Based on what I know, Duga 1 and Duga Wu are usually the ones in charge of contacting the people who issued the missions. Usually, the soul pearls Han Yunjin and Lei Jun left for them are in Duga Wen's spatial ring. Upon hearing Su Lang's words, Duan Lingtian retrieved Duga Wen's spatial ring and took out 3 soul pearls. I've checked his spatial ring before this. These are the soul pearls in it. As soon as Duan Lingtian took out the 3 soul pearls, Wenwaner narrowed her eyes. She pointed at one of the soul pearls and said, "That's Han Yunjin's soul pearl." Wenwaner had a deep impression of Han Yunjin's soul aura. "Huaner." Duan Lingtian looked at Huaner and asked, "I remember you exchanged soul pearls with Lei Jun, right?" "Yes." Huaner nodded as she took out a soul pearl from her spatial ring. As soon as the soul pearl was taken out, Duan Lingtian and the others discovered the soul aura in the soul pearl was identical to the other soul pearl in Duan Lingtian's possession. "It seems like we were right," Hong Fei said in a deep voice. At this moment, even Su Lang's eyes flickered with an icy chill. A chilling aura emanated from her body, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. Her eyes were also emitting a cold light, as if she was about to devour someone. She had only suspected Lei Jun to be the mastermind earlier, but now, she was certain Lei Jun was the mastermind. Under such circumstances, how could she hold back her anger? Although this is evidence, it's not enough to prove that Lei Jun and Han Yunjin hired someone to kill me. After all, they can say I placed these soul pearls into the soul pearl myself. Duan Lingtian held Huaner's hand. Although it seemed like he was talking to Su Lang and the others, he was, in fact, trying to calm Huaner down. Naturally, he could sense Huaner's anger. "That Han Yunjin and Lei Jun are too much," Hong Fei said with a dark expression on his face. Even Hu Mei, Wenwaner, and Ouyang Qi Fei's expressions were unsightly at this moment. It seems like teacher is right. If Duga Wu doesn't have Han Yunjin and Lei Jun's soul pearls, Han Yunjin and Lei Jun shouldn't have known Duga Wen was killed, Ouyang Qi Fei said. Han Yunjin nodded. Under such circumstances, Han Yunjin shouldn't be afraid to enter the prodigy arena and fight little junior brother in a year's time. After Ouyang Qi Fei finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Since Duga Wen has their soul pearls, there's a high chance Han Yunjin and Lei Jun have Duga Wen's soul pearls as well. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly as he said, "They must have discovered Duga Wen's death by now. However, it's impossible for them to think I killed him." Duan Lingtian looked at Su Lang and asked, "Teacher, you didn't tell Pavilion Master Laying that we were ambushed by Duga Wen and Duga Wu, right?" "No." Su Lang shook his head. "Initially, I planned to inform the titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace about this. However, I thought it would be impossible to quench the immediate thirst. For this reason, I only brought Zheng Yui here." "Zheng Yui? The Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor?" Duan Lingtian was taken aback. He finally learned that Su Lang had asked Zheng Yui, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, to help him deal with Duga Wu. If that's the case, I'm sure they don't know that Duga Wen and Duga Wu have ambushed me. Based on the fact that Duga Wen's soul pearl has shattered, they probably think someone else killed him. As long as they don't look for Duga Wu and ask him about the mission, I don't think they'll find out I killed Duga Wen. Duan Lingtian speculated. "It seems like we'll have to spread the news that we were ambushed by Duga Wen and Duga Wu." Fortunately, the other 2 titled celestial emperors intervened at the critical moment and killed Duga Wen. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Su Lang, "You think Han Yunjin and Lei Jun won't dare to look for Duga Wu if they find out you were ambushed?" Su Lang asked. He could guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts. "That's right." Duan Lingtian nodded. "If they don't know I was ambushed by Duga Wen and Duga Wu, they'll definitely look for Duga Wu to ask about Duga Wen's death, and whether the mission to kill me will continue. Once they find out I was ambushed, they won't dare to look for Duga Wu even if they want to. At the very least, Han Yunjin won't dare to act recklessly. After all, he's the most likely person to hire assassins to kill me. As long as Lei Jun isn't stupid, he won't dare to act recklessly as well. This way, it won't affect my battle with Han Yunjin in a year's time." Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted coldly when he finished speaking. Let's do that. Su Lang nodded. At the same time, he sent a message to Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion. Lei Ying, I didn't tell you who ambushed us earlier. However, there's no harm in telling you now. It's Duga Wen and Duga Wu who ambushed us. We didn't tell you earlier, because we wanted to find out who they are. Su Lang replied. Have you found out who they are? Lei Ying quickly sent a message to him. Her tone was filled with curiosity. Yes. Su Lang replied. The profound heaven celestial emperor's disciple, Han Yunjin, has the most motive. Chapter 3305. Han Yunjin. Lei Ying was taken aback by Su Lang's words. Are you sure? Do you think I would dare to say anything if I wasn't sure? We've known each other for many years, you should know me very well. Su Lang said. Isn't Han Yunjin going to have a life-or-death duel with your seventh disciple in a year? Lei Ying asked. I think he's not confident that he'll win. Su Lang replied. After conversing with Su Lang for a while, Lei Ying's eyes flickered as she shook her head. Mother, what's wrong? Lei Jun, who happened to be beside Lei Ying, couldn't help but ask when he saw Lei Ying's expression. In fact, Lei Jun was not in a good mood since he had discovered Dugu Wen's death a while ago. As for why he knew, it was because the soul pearl that Dugu Wen had placed in his possession had shattered. I just sent a voice transmission to Su Lang. He told me that Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu, the 100-variant celestial emperor, had attacked them. Someone is targeting Duan Lingtian. Su Lang suspects Han Yunjin is the one who hired Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu. Lei Jun was Lei Ying's only son. Hence, Lei Ying had nothing to hide from Lei Jun. Lei Ying did not notice that Lei Jun's eyes had narrowed slightly when she mentioned Su Lang's suspicions about Han Yunjin. Then how did they get out of danger? Lei Jun asked curiously. Initially, he thought Dugu Wen had been killed before he attacked Duan Lingtian and the others. He did not expect Dugu Wen to be killed after he attacked Duan Lingtian. Lei Jun's heart sank when he heard this. Coincidentally, Zhang Yui, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, had brought his disciples to the Tidal Temple as well. Lei Ying said. It seems like a titled Celestial Emperor, who brought his granddaughter to the Tidal Temple, knows Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu. Moreover, it seems like they have a grudge against each other. Initially, Su Lang and Zhang Yui were no match for Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu even if they joined forces. However, the titled Celestial Emperor was very strong. He managed to kill Dugu Wen not long after he joined the battle. Unfortunately, Dugu Wu managed to escape. Lei Ying finished speaking in one breath. If that's the case, that Duan Lingtian is pretty lucky. While Lei Jun was speaking, a cold glint flashed across the depths of his eyes at an opportune moment. Not bad indeed. Lei Ying nodded. Otherwise, even two titled celestial emperors wouldn't have been able to save his life. Although they suspect Han Yunjin is the culprit, they don't have any evidence. However, Su Lang said that he'll look for evidence in the future. I didn't expect Han Yunjin to be so unconfident that he would hire an assassin to kill Duan Lingtian. As she spoke, Lei Ying could not help but shake her head. In the depths of her eyes, there was a hint of disdain. Mother, it's not necessarily Han Yunjin's doing. It's just their suspicion, Lei Jun said. It's not a suspicion. Su Lang said that the titled Celestial Emperor, who killed Dugu Wen, obtained his spatial ring. Lei Ying shook her head. At that time, Su Lang asked him to check if there were any soul pearls in Dugu Wen's spatial ring. There were 3 soul pearls in Dugu Wen's spatial ring. Su Lang's 4th disciple recognized one of the soul pearls and confirmed it was Han Yunjin's soul pearl. As you know, Su Lang's 4th disciple, Wen used to be Han Yunjin's lover. Although they didn't consummate their marriage, it's normal for her to recognize Han Yunjin's soul aura after spending so much time together. Lei Ying said, Soul pearls? Lei Jun's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that one of the 3 soul beads was definitely his. Previously, he had given Dugu Wen his soul pearl. Later on, Han Yunjin wanted to keep in touch with Dugu Wen, so he called Dugu Wen over and exchanged soul pearls with him before the 2 of them left. What's wrong? Lei Ying asked curiously when she noticed her son's strange behavior. It's nothing. Lei Jun shook his head. After taking a deep breath, he said to Lei Ying, "Mother, I just remembered that I have something to do. I'll take my leave first." As soon as Lei Jun finished speaking, he left without waiting for Lei Ying's reply. As soon as he left, he sent a message to Han Yunjin. Han Yunjin, Duguwen appeared in front of Duan Lingtian to kill him. However, he died in front of Duan Lingtian. We've guessed wrongly. Duguwen didn't die before looking for Duan Lingtian. Han Yunjin was confused when he heard Lei Jun's message. What's going on? If Duguwen appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, why did he fail and die? Because, then, Lei Jun told Han Yunjin everything he had learned from his mother Lei Ying. Han Yunjin fell silent for a moment before he said, "Even if they know Duguwen has my soul pearl, and that I'm the one who contacted Duguwen and Duguwu, there's no way they can use that as evidence against me. I know that. I'm just worried that my soul pearl might have fallen into their hands." Lei Jun said, "They recognized your soul pearl because when one is familiar with your soul aura, they won't be able to recognize my soul pearl in such a short time. It's fine if they don't have my soul pearl. But if they do, I'm worried it'll be exposed one day." Lei Jun continued to say, "So what? Even if they do, they won't be able to use that as evidence against you." Han Yunjin said nonchalantly. It was as though he was a dead pig that was unafraid of boiling water. "Han Yunjin, I'm different from you," Lei Jun said. "If junior sister Huaner finds out about this, with how much she cares about Duan Lingtian, she might not accept me even if Duan Lingtian is gone. Even if Duan Lingtian has to die, we can't let her know it's related to me. Do you understand?" Lei Jun voiced out his concerns. "Alright, I understand. It's just a woman, right? I'll help you kill Duan Lingtian in the Prodigy Arena a year from now," Han Yunjin said. Han Yunjin said, "However, if we give up on this mission, can we ask the surviving Duguwu to pay us back for what we've done?" "Are you dreaming?" Lei Jun said mockingly. "Do you think that's possible? Let's not talk about the fact that Duguwu might have taken the items away from him. Even if they weren't taken away, if Duguwu died, and you went to Duguwu to ask for those things, do you think Duguwu would kill you in a fit of rage?" Han Yunjin's expression darkened when he heard Lei Jun's words. "If that's the case, we won't retreat. However, we still have to ask him if he wants to continue with the mission. It's best to wait for a while. Su Lang has his eyes on you now." Lei Jun reminded him, "If we wait a little longer, my battle with Duan Lingtian will begin soon." Han Yunjin said in a deep voice, "There's nothing we can do about it. Unless you want to die as soon as possible. If you go to Duguwu and Su Lang finds out about it, you'll be dead before the battle even begins." Colluding with outsiders and killing fellow disciples is a serious crime in the Heavenly Pool Palace. If you're convicted, even your master, the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, won't be able to save you. Lei Jun's voice turned cold as he spoke. If Han Yunjin acted recklessly, he would be a burden to Lei Jun. At the very least, he was only worried about his soul pearl being discovered. However, if Han Yunjin was convicted, he might expose him to the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. Upon hearing Lei Jun's words, Han Yunjin fell silent for a long time before he said, "I know what I'm doing. I won't leave the Heavenly Pool Palace if I'm not confident I won't be discovered." As soon as Han Yunjin opened his mouth, he realized that his words were like a curse for the next year. Every time he wanted to leave the Heavenly Pool Palace, Su Lang or one of Su Lang's disciples would be nearby. Apart from Wenwaner and Su Lang's first disciple, all of Su Lang's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, took turns to keep an eye on him. Naturally, Han Yunjin did not dare to leave recklessly. In the end, he decided to give up. After all, there were only slightly more than 2 months left before the battle between him and Duan Lingtian in the Prodigy Arena. However, while Han Yunjin had given up, Su Lang's disciples did not. They continued to keep an eye on Han Yunjin. They continued to monitor him until the battle between Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin on the Prodigy Arena. Naturally, during the next 2 months, Humei Ouyang Chi Fei and Hong Fei were in charge of monitoring him. Duan Lingtian did not show up. Although they were confident in Duan Lingtian's strength, they could not rely on the Ning Dragon's strength in the Prodigy Arena. For this reason, they hoped Duan Lingtian would be able to train his godly image phenomenon body with the pine willow divine tree, so he could fight Han Yunjin in his best condition. On the day of the battle between Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin, the prodigy arena was filled with people early in the morning. They were all disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace who had come early to reserve seats. The day has finally come. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's first disciple, Han Yunjin, is going to fight against Duan Lingtian, Su Lang's seventh disciple, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. Duan Lingtian is a rising star in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Rumor has it that he's not even 300 years old, but he's already very strong. Since he dares to challenge Han Yunjin to a life-or-death battle, he must be strong. That's not necessarily true. Previously, I was there when they made the life-or-death battle. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian was just trying to scare Han Yunjin. He didn't expect Han Yunjin to agree to the life-or-death battle. In the end, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. It doesn't matter who's stronger or weaker. We'll find out in today's battle. Let's go and bet on it. Although Han Yunjin's odds are low, I'll still bet on him. I'll bet on him as well. Early in the morning, the Prodigy Arena was bustling with activity, even though the main characters had not arrived yet. Chapter 3306. 3 years ago, when Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin had made a life-or-death duel, the entire Heavenly Pool Palace was in an uproar. In fact, many people were looking forward to the arrival of this day. 3 years passed in just a blink of an eye for Celestials in the Devata realms. It was as if they were in closed-door cultivation. The duel between Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin was much more eye-catching than the duel between Duan Lingtian and Fan Qi 3 years ago. After all, Han Yunjin was one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He was widely acknowledged as one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, his opponent was a new disciple who had just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace a few years ago. For this reason, this battle was exceptionally eye-catching in the Heavenly Pool Palace. A new disciple who had just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace a few years ago was challenging Han Yunjin. Moreover, the new disciple was not even half of Han Yunjin's age. 6th junior brother, how many bets have you received? Ouyang Qifei asked as he stood at the side and looked at Hong Fei, who was still receiving bets from the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. Not bad. So far, I've only received about 500,000 royal-grade celestial crystals. Hong Fei grinned. His smile was very bright. He was glad he and his 5th senior brother had arrived early in the morning. Otherwise, he would not have received so many bets from the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. He was not the only one who was a dealer today. However, unlike other dealers, he only accepted bets on Han Yunjin. He refused to accept any bets on his little junior brother, Duan Lingtian. Moreover, if Han Yunjin won, he would receive a higher amount of bets. For this reason, he managed to snatch many bets from others. 1 million royal-grade celestial crystals. Soon after, Hong Fei sent a voice transmission to Ouyang Qifei. I want 20%. Ouyang Qifei replied through voice transmission. 5th senior brother, aren't you being too shameless? You didn't do anything, and you want 20%? That's not fair at all. Hong Fei said angrily. Who said I didn't do anything? Am I not standing by your side to protect you and the immortal crystals in your hands? Ouyang Qifei said matter-of-factly. Hearing Ouyang Qifei's words, Hong Fei was speechless. 5th senior brother, why didn't I realize you were so shameless before? Let me tell you, I plan to give half of these immortal crystals to junior brother. If you want 20%, you can discuss it with junior brother. It's rare for a stingy fatty like you to be so generous. Since you're giving junior brother 50%, then I'll take 10%. That 10% will be taken from your share. Ouyang Qifei said. As for little junior brother, all of it belongs to him. You. Hong Fei was completely convinced by Duan Lingtian's strength. However, he continued to accept bets from the people around him. Soon enough, the number of bets he received had exceeded 2 million royal-grade celestial crystals, and was still climbing toward 3 million royal-grade celestial crystals. Heaven-grade forces own many royal-grade celestial crystal mines. For this reason, they would distribute royal-grade celestial crystals to their disciples every once in a while. Naturally, the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were happy to receive royal-grade celestial crystals from the Heavenly Pool Palace. If they wanted more royal-grade celestial crystals, they would have to think of other ways to obtain them. For example, they could accept missions, hunt celestial beasts, exchange the materials from the celestial beasts for celestial crystals, or make secret deals with fellow disciples. That's Hong Fei, Su Lang's sixth disciple. He seems to be the senior brother of Duan Ling Tian, one of the two main characters in today's death duel. Right? What's he trying to do? He's not accepting any bets on Duan Ling Tian, and he's only accepting bets on Han Yunjin? Moreover, he's offering higher odds than the other bets? How confident is he in Duan Ling Tian? Does he think Duan Ling Tian will definitely win? Is he trying to pull some dirty tricks? If he's trying to pull some dirty tricks, why are there so many people betting on him? I don't think many people think Han Yunjin will lose, right? However, as Duan Ling Tian's senior brother, he must know Duan Ling Tian better than I do. Do you think Duan Ling Tian has a chance of winning? I'll try to bet on Duan Ling Tian. I'll give it a try as well. When Hong Fei received the bet of 5 million royal-grade celestial crystals, he had attracted a lot of attention. Sixth junior brother, that's enough. What if Han Yunjin doesn't dare to enter the prodigy arena? Ouyang Chi Fei said through voice transmission as he glared at Hong Fei. Hee hee. Hong Fei chuckled and immediately stopped betting. He said to the people around him, "Junior brothers, I won't accept any more bets. There's a limit to what I can afford. If I accept any more bets, I won't be able to afford so many celestial crystals if Han Yunjin wins." Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, many people who had placed bets on Duan Ling Tian nearly vomited blood in anger. Is Hong Fei betting on Duan Ling Tian because he's confident in Duan Ling Tian? Why do I feel like he's using this method to support Duan Ling Tian? Isn't he being too willful? He's accepting bets worth at least 5 million royal-grade celestial crystals. Although the odds aren't high, he'll still have to fork out 1 million royal-grade celestial crystals if Han Yunjin wins, right? I've long heard that Su Lang's sixth disciple is from the Hong clan, a supreme grade 1 force. He's the only grandson of the clan leader of the Hong clan. As expected, he's rich and powerful. It's said that Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, only accepted him because of his grandfather. Otherwise, with his innate talent, Lord Su Lang wouldn't have taken him in. Comparisons are odious. For today's life and death battle, what happened here was just a small interlude. Nobody thought that Duan Ling Tian, who had only joined the Heavenly Pool Palace for a few years, would be a match for Han Yunjin. After all, Han Yunjin had made a name for himself for many years. However, Han Yunjin, who had yet to arrive at the prodigy arena, still heard about it. Eldest senior brother, Hong Fei, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, Su Lang's sixth disciple, is betting on Duan Ling Tian because he thinks you're not a match for Duan Ling Tian? There were a few other disciples under the profound heaven celestial emperor. Among them, the profound heaven celestial emperor's third disciple was the most intelligent. Even Han Yunjin was willing to listen to his advice. At this moment, Wu Quan, the third disciple of the profound heaven celestial emperor, said to Han Yunjin with a solemn expression on his face, "Eldest senior brother, it's possible that Hong Fei purposely used this as a smokescreen, so you wouldn't dare to enter the prodigy arena. However, I have a feeling that something is amiss." Wu Quan said. Naturally, Wu Quan knew more than that. Han Yunjin had told him that Han Yunjin had hired two titled celestial emperors to assassinate Duan Ling Tian. Apart from that, Han Yunjin had also told him that Su Lang's disciples had been keeping an eye on him, preventing him from leaving the Heavenly Pool Palace to look for Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, Wu Quan speculated that Su Lang's disciples might not be looking for evidence of Han Yunjin colluding with Dugu Wu. Perhaps Su Lang's disciples did not want Han Yunjin to meet Dugu Wu. Perhaps they were worried that Han Yunjin might know something. Of course, all of this was only his guess, and he didn't dare to be certain. Why? Third junior brother, do you have no confidence in me? Han Yunjin asked with a smile on his face. It's not that I don't have confidence in you, eldest senior brother. It's just that something is amiss. It seems like Su Lang's disciples are looking for evidence of you colluding with Dugu Wu. However, it seems like they don't want you to meet Dugu Wu. Wu Quan voiced his concern. Otherwise, why would you be able to detect their presence so easily? Third junior brother, you're being too paranoid. Han Yunjin's second junior brother, Wu Quan's second senior brother, shook his head and said, You're always paranoid. How many times have you made a mistake in your judgment in the past? This time, I think you must have made a mistake in your judgment. It's a well-known fact that Duan Lingtian isn't even 300 years old. It's also a well-known fact that he's human. Do you really think he's a match for eldest senior brother? Moreover, one can't rely on external forces in the prodigy arena. Even celestial weapons can't be used. Are you worried he might have some tricks up his sleeve? The scholarly young man shook his head again and again when he finished speaking. The scholarly young man was called Zhao Jiali. He was the second strongest disciple under the profound heaven celestial emperor. He was second only to Han Yunjin. Even so, I think it's best to be careful. Wu Quan frowned slightly. Indeed, he had made many mistakes in his judgment in the past. However, this time, his eldest senior brother's life was at stake. He felt it was better to be cautious. Third junior brother, Han Yunjin said with a smile. I understand your concerns. However, you should know that if I don't enter the prodigy arena today, I won't be able to hold my head up high in the Heavenly Pool Palace anymore. Unless you're certain you'll win, I won't risk my reputation for the sake of a small chance. If I lose my reputation in the Heavenly Pool Palace, nobody will think highly of me even if I leave the Heavenly Pool Palace and join another heaven-grade force. Although I don't think my reputation is more important than my life, I'd still like to enter the prodigy arena to see how strong Duan Lingtian is if it's not too risky. A hint of coldness flashed in Han Yunjin's eyes when he finished speaking. Eldest senior brother, Wu Quan sighed. You can decide for yourself. This is indeed a difficult decision to make. I don't dare to say I'm certain I'll win. It's just my personal judgment. Let's go. Let's go to the prodigy arena. Han Yunjin's eyes flashed coldly as he smiled faintly. Then, he led the way to the prodigy arena. Chapter 3307. At this moment, a large group of people could be seen hovering in the air around the prodigy arena. From afar, it looked as though a dark cloud had shrouded the earth. Elder Qin from the Sword Trial Pavilion was resting in front of the stone tablet in the prodigy arena. At this moment, more and more people were rushing over from the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. It was as if they would never stop coming. That's Sima Yu, the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor's first disciple. He's second only to the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. I didn't expect him to come as well. A plainly clad young man, carrying a zither on his back, flew into the prodigy arena. Many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace shifted their attention to him. Sima Yu was the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor's first disciple. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already a 10 Directions Celestial Lord. Moreover, he had comprehended all the profundities from the law to the mastery stage. Rumor has it that he only lost after exchanging 100 moves with Han Yunjin. Most importantly, he's still a Celestial Lord. Many people say he'll be able to defeat Han Yunjin once he becomes a Celestial Emperor. That's right. I wonder when he'll break through. I'm looking forward to it. It seems like he's interested in the battle between Han Yunjin and Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come. The plainly clad young man's arrival attracted many people's attention. After all, he was Sima Yu, among the prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. His strength was only second to the top 5 prodigious disciples. In fact, some people even called him one of the top 6 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Of course, in the Heavenly Pool Palace, there were only 5 outstanding young geniuses. Outsiders only knew that the Heavenly Pool Palace had 5 outstanding young geniuses, and they were the most outstanding young geniuses in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Unless Sima Yu defeated Han Yunjin and replaced him, no one would pay attention to him. At most, he would only become famous in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Lu Baifeng is here. Another person's voice rang in the air, attracting everyone's attention, following which, under the gazes of the crowd, a woman wearing a bamboo hat and a loose black robe that completely covered her impressive figure flew over from afar. Her appearance caused the crowd to become even more excited. After all, Lu Baifeng was one of the 5 young geniuses of the Heavenly Pool Palace. She was the only female among the 5 young geniuses of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even though she was a female disciple, her strength was enough to rank in the top 3 among the 5 chosen disciples. She had once defeated Han Yunjin. Although she was a woman, her talent and comprehension ability made countless men blush with shame. I didn't expect that even Lu Baifeng would come. Not only is Lu Baifeng strong, but she's also the first disciple of the Yuhan Celestial Emperor. However, she rarely appears in public. I didn't expect her to be interested in watching the battle today. It seems like the life or death duel is going to attract a lot of people. I wonder if any titled Celestial Emperors will show up. It's said that titled Celestial Emperors came to watch the battle between Duan Lingtian and Fan Qi 3 years ago. Previously, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor was the one who brought the titled Celestial Emperors here. The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor came because he was worried about Duan Lingtian's death. The Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Mist Wave Celestial Emperor came to stop the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor from interfering. The Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor also came to watch the battle between Duan Lingtian and Lu Jian. The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Merciless Celestial Emperor came as well. Both times, there were unexpected circumstances. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any titled Celestial Emperors here. Lu Baifeng was the Yuhan Celestial Emperor's disciple. The Yuhan Celestial Emperor was also one of the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Sima Yu was the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor's disciple. The Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor was also one of the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Yuhan Celestial Emperor was one of the top 3 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The 3 strongest Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace were the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, the Yuhan Celestial Emperor, and the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang, and the Merciless Celestial Emperor, Lei Ying, were ranked at the bottom. The Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, and the other titled Celestial Emperor were ranked at the bottom. The Mist Wave Celestial Emperor was ranked at the bottom. After Sima Yu and Lu Baifeng arrived, many people arrived one after another. Among them, there were many disciples of titled Celestial Emperors. However, their arrival did not cause as much of a commotion as Sima Yu and Lu Baifeng. At this moment, a young man appeared. The young man was dressed in a gray robe with a gourd hanging from his waist. His messy hair was draped over his shoulders, and he had a long rod hanging from his waist. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw him. It's Sun Xing. I didn't expect Sun Xing to come as well. Sun Xing is the eldest disciple of the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. He's also the only disciple of the Little Heaven Celestial Emperor. Rumor has it that he was once taught by Yang Jian, the 3-eyed Celestial Emperor from the Jade Emperor Heaven. He's also the strongest among the 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even Lu Baifeng and Lu Ji are slightly inferior to him. I heard that the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor used to be Yang Jian's Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. I wonder if it's true. However, there's no doubt that the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor is a celestial beast. I've heard this from many people. The Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor was one of the titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. His strength was on par with the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor and the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. Naturally, this was the ranking that many people had given him. Ever since the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor joined the Heavenly Pool Palace, it was said that he had taught the Mist Wave Celestial Emperor a lesson. The Mist Wave Celestial Emperor had no choice but to suffer in silence. For this reason, the people in the Heavenly Pool Palace only ranked him above the Mist Wave Celestial Emperor, putting him on par with the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor and the martial dragon celestial emperor. Even Sun Xing is here. When Han Yunjin arrives, 3 of the 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace will be here. Duan Lingtian's second senior brother is Lu Ji. Lu Ji will most likely come as well. At that time, 4 of the 5 prodigious disciples will be here. While the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were discussing among themselves, a group of 5 figures appeared in the distance. A purple-clad young man stood in the middle, while a white-clad woman held his hand tightly. Although she was wearing a veil, it could not hide her peerless beauty. On the other side of the purple-clad young man was a seductive woman dressed in tight clothes. On the other side of her was a young man with a cold face. As for the other side, it was a woman who was as gentle as jade. Her face seemed to always have a smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. It's the 4 disciples of the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang, and the 3rd disciple of the Merciless Celestial Emperor, Lei Ying. The appearance of the 5 prodigious disciples caused a huge commotion. Is that person in the middle Duan Lingtian, Lord Su Lang's 7th disciple? Is he going to have a life-or-death battle with Han Yunjin today? That's him. The cold young man on the left is Lu Ji, one of the 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He's as famous as Lu Baifeng. His strength is only second to Sun Xing. That woman is Hu Mei. The other woman is Wen. Both of them are Lord Su Lang's disciples. After the appearance of Duan Lingtian and the other 4 prodigious disciples, Duan Lingtian received the most attention despite Lu Ji's reputation. After all, Duan Lingtian was the main character today. Little junior brother. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the Prodigy Arena, he was shocked by the number of people gathered around the Prodigy Arena. At the same time, a familiar voice rang in his ears. 6th senior brother, 5th senior brother. Duan Lingtian looked in the direction of the voice and saw Hong Fei and Ouyang Chi Fei standing next to him. He did not expect both of them to arrive so early. It was no wonder his 3rd senior sister could not find them when she went to look for them. Little junior brother, I'll give you a surprise after you kill Han Yunjin, Hong Fei said with a grin. A surprise? Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Hong Fei's words. Then he chuckled and asked, 6th senior brother, are you going to give me a gift? You'll know when the time comes. Hong Fei did not reveal the truth. Why isn't Han Yunjin here yet? Hu Mei looked around, but did not see Han Yunjin anywhere. She sneered and said, don't tell me that fellow doesn't dare to show up? If he doesn't show up, he won't be able to stay in the Heavenly Pool Palace in the future. He'll be drowned in the saliva of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. Hong Fei said with a chuckle. At the same time, Hong Fei looked at Wen and said with a smile, 4th senior sister, I'll avenge you today. All right. Wen smiled faintly. A hint of hatred could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Huaner, I'll go first. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to his senior brothers and sisters before he flew up to one of the Prodigy arenas. Elder. After entering the Prodigy arena, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly at the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder. He had a good impression of the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder. All right. The Sword Trial Pavilion Elder nodded with a smile on his face. Then he asked through voice transmission, are you confident? Although he did not have much interaction with Han Yunjin, he still despised Han Yunjin's actions in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Therefore, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would emerge victorious today. Elder, just watch and see. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Although the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder could not figure out where Duan Lingtian's confidence came from, the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder could see his confidence. Duan Lingtian has only been in the Heavenly Pool Palace for a few years, and yet, he's already made such a big commotion. I don't think anyone in the Heavenly Pool Palace's history is as outstanding as him, right? That seems to be the case for now. He's not even 300 years old. It'll be difficult for him to emerge victorious today. I wonder how long he'll be able to last. Many of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples shook their heads when they looked at Duan Lingtian. They felt that Duan Lingtian was here to die. If I were him, I wouldn't come here today, even if I don't care about my reputation. It's already shocking that he managed to kill Fan Chi at such a young age. Even if he comes here today, no one will look down on him. At the very least, Han Yunjin wasn't as strong as him at his age. Chapter 3308. In the eyes of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples, Han Yunjin would be the one to fight. Naturally, Han Yunjin would be the first to arrive on the stage. However, to their surprise, Duan Lingtian, a prodigious disciple who had just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace a few years ago, was the first to arrive on the stage. Duan Lingtian was a prodigious disciple who was not even 300 years old. After Duan Lingtian greeted the elder from the sword trial pavilion, he stood in the prodigy arena with his eyes closed. His expression was expressionless, as though there were no emotions at all. It was as though he did not feel pressured at all. It seems like Duan Lingtian is very confident. I think he doesn't know how powerful Han Yunjin is. Han Yunjin is a celestial emperor who has comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. Rumor has it that he has already begun to fuse profundities. When Duan Lingtian made his move earlier, his aura was clearly that of a 5-elements celestial lord. A 5-elements celestial lord who's not even 300 years old. Moreover, he has comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension ability are heaven-defying. Even among the prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace, no one is comparable to him. Unfortunately, he's too foolish to challenge Han Yunjin to a death duel. Perhaps he's too arrogant after killing Fan Qi 3 years ago. While the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were whispering among themselves, 3 figures flew over from afar. They quickly silenced the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Their attention was completely focused on the 3 figures. Han Yunjin is here. He's early, as expected of one of the 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He's very confident. Although he's early, he's not as early as Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is here to die. Let's not talk about him. The 3 figures were none other than Han Yunjin, his second junior brother Zhao Jiali, and his third junior brother Wu Quan. Whenever Zhao Jiali and Wu Quan appeared in other places, they would attract the attention of many Heavenly Pool Palace disciples. However, in today's occasion, the 2 of them seemed to be somewhat overshadowed. Arrived earlier than me? With a single glance, Han Yunjin spotted the purple figure standing on the prodigy's arena. His eyes narrowed as a cold smile appeared on his face. A cold killing intent rose from the depths of his eyes. Han Yunjin. At that moment, a voice transmission entered Han Yunjin's ears. Han Yunjin wasn't unfamiliar with this voice. It was the voice of Lei Jun, the son of Lei Ying. Don't be careless. If possible, go all out from the start, and try to kill him in one strike. I have a feeling that since this Duan Lingtian dared to challenge you to a life-and-death battle, he must have some trump cards up his sleeve. Lei Jun had been hiding behind a group of Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples for a long time. He only warned Han Yunjin when he saw Han Yunjin. Lei Jun, you don't have to remind me, Han Yunjin said indifferently. As the saying goes, when a lion hunts a rabbit, it will use its full strength. I won't give him any chance to take advantage of me. I'll make him despair and send him on his way. That's good. Lei Jun's expression turned unsightly as he looked at the purple figure standing on the prodigy's arena. In the past, he thought he could easily defeat this young man, who was not even 300 years old. However, he did not expect the young man's strength to be on par with him. If this continued, how could he compete with the young man? Junior sister Huaner. Lei Jun's gaze quickly fell on the woman, who was standing with the other disciples of Su Lang's faction. The woman was dressed in snow-white clothes and her face was covered by a thin veil, but it could not hide her peerless beauty. An infatuated expression appeared on Lei Jun's face as he said, "You're mine. I'm the only one who deserves you." When Lei Jun's attention was on Huaner's swoosh, in just a blink of an eye, Han Yunjin appeared on the prodigy's arena and faced Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to actually show up. At this moment, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and stretched lazily. He looked at Han Yunjin and yawned. You're finally here. I thought you wouldn't dare to show up. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Han Yunjin's expression darkened immediately. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he sneered. I should be the one saying that to you. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. Huaner is waiting for me to return and cultivate with her. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian glanced at Lei Jun, who was hiding among the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. He discovered a hint of killing intent flashed in Lei Jun's eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It won't be easy for me to kill Lei Jun, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If he were to kill Han Yunjin today, Lei Jun would know how powerful he was, and that he would not be able to face him head-on. At most, he would use some underhanded tricks behind his back. However, it would not be easy for him to kill Lei Jun. If he killed Lei Jun in the Heavenly Pool Palace, not only would he infuriate Lei Jun's mother, but the merciless Celestial Emperor would also infuriate the Heavenly Pool Palace. At that time, even his teacher Su Lang would not be able to protect him. Today's battle is a life-or-death duel between Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin 3 years ago. It won't end until one of them is dead. At the same time, Elder Qin from the Sword Trial Pavilion announced the outcome of the duel. The disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace stared at the duo in the Prodigy Arena intently. Although they were only spectators, they could sense the tension between the duo. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Han Yunjin was thoroughly enraged. His body flashed, and flames surged out of his body. It was as though he was on fire. Swoosh! In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the others, Han Yunjin transformed into a ball of flames and charged toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though he had transformed into a flaming beast that bared its fangs and claws as it charged toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression was solemn when he saw Han Yunjin charging toward him. With just a thought, he summoned the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar. As soon as the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar was formed, Duan Lingtian borrowed the energy of the Clear Heavens Divine Tree. The energy of the sixth form of the Clear Heavens Divine Tree merged with the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar. In just a blink of an eye, the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar seemed to have transformed into a real Pine Willow Divine Tree. Before Han Yunjin could get close to Duan Lingtian, the silhouette of a towering tree shrouded Duan Lingtian. When Han Yunjin got close to Duan Lingtian was completely shrouded by the tree. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar swung its willow branches at Han Yunjin, who had transformed into a flaming beast. The willow branches swept out like a gust of wind and met Han Yunjin's attack. Boom! Rumble! A series of loud noises reverberated in the air as the first clash began. However, in the end, no one had the upper hand. Han Yunjin, who had turned into a ball of flame, suddenly retreated after a short confrontation. Swoosh! Swoosh! The shockwaves from the clash swept out in all directions, causing the robes of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples to flutter noisily. When Han Yunjin appeared, cracks began to appear on the Prodigy Arena beneath his feet. The cracks spread out like a spider web. After all, the Heavenly Pool Palace had spent a lot of effort to construct the Prodigy Arena using special materials. It was extremely tough. Those who could leave such marks on the Prodigy Arena were all extremely strong. The Pine Willow Divine Tree? After Han Yunjin retreated, his expression changed drastically when he saw the Pine Willow Divine Tree. You used my junior brother's body to form the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar. Speaking of which, I have to thank your junior brother Fan Qi. Duan Lingtian's mocking voice rang from the Pine Willow Divine Tree. If he didn't help me, I wouldn't have been able to defeat you today. When Duan Lingtian spoke, the branches on the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar swayed, as though it was provoking Han Yunjin. At this moment, the onlookers finally regained their senses. Duan Lingtian actually has the ability to form the legendary godly image avatar? Isn't he a little too lucky? How did he obtain such an ability? Previously, I was puzzled when he fought Fan Qi. Before Fan Qi reverted to his true form, he was able to fight Duan Lingtian for a while. However, after he reverted to his true form, he was instantly defeated. Shouldn't his true form be stronger than his human form? It seems like Duan Lingtian has the ability to restrain Fan Qi's true form. It seems like the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar came from Fan Qi. In other words, Fan Qi's death is a blessing to Duan Lingtian. The onlookers from the Heavenly Pool Palace sighed when they saw this. Even Sima Yu, Lu Baifeng, and Sun Xing's eyes lit up when they saw Duan Lingtian's ability. Duan Lingtian is really not simple, Sima Yu muttered under his breath. Sima Yu muttered to himself. Lu Baifeng remained silent. However, based on the light in her eyes, it was clear she was feeling emotional at this moment. Interesting. Sun Xing, who was originally indolent, seemed to have regained his vigor at this moment. Duan Lingtian, do you think you can defeat me just because you can form the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar? Han Yunjin's expression turned cold as he scoffed. I'll show you the difference between a mere 5-element celestial lord and a celestial emperor isn't something you can overcome with the law of space and the godly image avatar of the Pine Willow Divine Tree. End of explanation. Chapter 3309. I'll wait and see. Upon hearing Han Yunjin's words, Duan Lingtian's voice was as calm as ever. He was not afraid at all. When Han Yunjin heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could no longer hold himself back. His body flashed as he transformed into a ball of flames that shot toward Duan Lingtian's Pine Willow Divine Tree. At this moment, the flames that Han Yunjin had transformed into split into 10 balls that shot toward Duan Lingtian's godly image phenomenon from different directions. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Balls of flames fell from the sky like meteors and flew toward the Pine Willow Divine Tree. At this moment, the Pine Willow Divine Tree also swept out its willow branches to meet the balls of flames. However, it was clear that Han Yunjin's technique was not simple. Every willow branch that came into contact with the balls of flames instantly caught on fire. The balls of flames seemed to possess a terrifying corrosive power as they traveled along the willow branches toward the Pine Willow Divine Tree. Amazing! Upon seeing this, the eyes of many Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples lit up. I've long heard that senior brother Han Yunjin has begun to fuse the law of fire's explosion profundity and corrosion profundity. Based on his technique, it seems like he has mastered the essence of fusing the profundities. That's right. Although he hasn't completely fused the two profundities, his strength is not as simple as 1 + 1. Amazing. Truly amazing. While many Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples were in awe of Han Yunjin's technique, Sima Yu, the plain-clad young man with a zither on his back, shook his head and sighed. I thought I'd be able to fight Han Yunjin to a draw with my current strength. Who knew he's about to fuse the law of fire's corrosion profundity and explosion profundity? It seems like I won't be able to contend with him after I become a celestial emperor. Sima Yu sighed inwardly. However, he was not discouraged by this. His eyes shone with determination, as though he had gained an unlimited amount of motivation. Han Yunjin is about to fuse two profundities? Lu Baifeng was slightly taken aback. As the top 3 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace, the reason Lu Baifeng, Lu Ji, and the other person were stronger than Han Yunjin, and the other person was because they had comprehended the fused profundity. Based on Han Yunjin's performance, it was not difficult for her to see that Han Yunjin would be able to fuse the law of fire's corrosion profundity and explosion profundity soon. Han Yunjin has improved so much? At this moment, even Su Lang's second disciple, Duan Lingtian's second senior brother, Lu Ji, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as he muttered to himself. So what if you've improved a lot? No matter what, he hasn't fused the 2 power Upanishads completely. Junior brother, I'm sure you aren't afraid of him. Hearing Lu Ji's words, Hong Fei was full of confidence in Duan Lingtian. While the elders of the Sword Trial Pavilion were frowning, the willow branches were almost completely burned to ashes. A victorious smile appeared on Han Yunjin's face. Swoosh! A soft sound rang in the air as a gentle, watery energy suddenly appeared on the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar. In just a blink of an eye, the pine willow divine tree had become even more vibrant. As this power fused with the willow branches, not only did the willow branches resist the corrosive power of the flames, they even launched a counterattack, annihilating the power of the flames. Upon seeing this, the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples were dumbfounded. Fire restrains wood. What's going on now? How can the pine willow divine tree's godly image avatar be so powerful? It's as if the pine willow divine tree's water is being supplied to the willow branches to extinguish the flames. The scene in front of them caused everyone present to be shocked. However, none of them could see the arrogance in Han Yunjin's eyes. Earlier, Duan Lingtian discovered that even with the help of the pine willow divine tree's godly image avatar, it would be difficult for him to defeat Han Yunjin. In fact, he might even lose the battle. For this reason, he decided to rely on the world-cleansing divine water. After all, water was the bane of fire. Although the world-cleansing divine water could not unleash its full power, like the clear heaven's divine tree, since it had to conceal its aura, it still managed to turn the tables around. How's this possible? Han Yunjin was stunned by the scene before him. In his opinion, this was impossible. How did Duan Lingtian do it? Take this opportunity to kill him. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's little world. Following that, its energy entered the pine willow divine tree's godly image avatar, through Duan Lingtian's little world. The pine willow divine tree's godly image avatar seemed to have been nourished by the Chaos Divine tree's godly image avatar. In just a blink of an eye, it had grown from a small hill to a towering mountain. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The willow branches, which had become thicker and stronger, flashed through the air like chains around Han Yunjin, interweaving into a net that enveloped Han Yunjin. Seal. At the same time, Duan Lingtian did not forget to use the law of space's restraining profundity to seal Han Yunjin. Although Duan Lingtian had not held back earlier, he had only used the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree to attack Han Yunjin. Now that the Chaos Divine Earth had joined the battle, Duan Lingtian knew that the battle was coming to an end. At a time like this, there was no need to hide any of his tricks. You want to kill me? It won't be that easy. Han Yunjin's eyes turned cold when he regained his senses. The flames on his body surged, turning him into a flaming man. At the same time, his body continued to expand. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's spatial restraining profundity was shattered by the flaming man's body. Naturally, the flaming man's body had also shrunk. In the end, the flaming man continued to grow until he was trapped by the pine willow divine tree's willow branches. Do you think you can trap me? The gigantic flaming man reached out with both hands to grab a bunch of willow branches, trying to tear them apart. However, he soon discovered that even though the willow branches cracked, they healed quickly. It was as though they had never been torn apart. It was obvious that this was the law of wood's regeneration technique. How is this possible? How can your godly image avatar possess the law of wood's regeneration technique? Han Yunjin's voice rang from within the flaming man. His voice was filled with disbelief. No matter how Han Yunjin tried to control the flaming man to pull at the willow branches, he discovered that the willow branches could not be torn apart. Instead, the willow branches were shrinking and pulling at him. The flaming man shrunk under the willow branches' restraint. This scene caused everyone present to be dumbfounded. At this moment, the willow branches from Duan Lingtian's pine willow divine tree seemed to be extremely tenacious as they bound Han Yunjin. No matter how hard Han Yunjin tried, he could not break free from the pine willow divine tree's restraint. Soon after, the flaming man disappeared, and Han Yunjin's body was revealed. However, he was still bound by the willow branches. Even the flames on his body were being suppressed by the willow branches. At this moment, Han Yunjin's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and his aura was weak. It was obvious he was an arrow at the end of its flight. The onlookers were shocked when they saw this. At this moment, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Duan Lingtian had defeated Han Yunjin. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian had won the battle. Now all that was left was to kill Han Yunjin. This was a battle to the death. It would only end when one of them was killed. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong, Han Yunjin said bitterly. He looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled bitterly. I, Han Yunjin, am going to die at the hands of a person who's not even 300 years old. How laughable! How laughable! I'm a celestial emperor, and yet, I'm going to be killed by a celestial lord. In the history of the Heavenly Pool Palace, I should be the first celestial emperor to be killed by a celestial lord, right? The smile on Han Yunjin's face grew even more ferocious. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. His pine willow divine tree trembled as he prepared to kill Han Yunjin. However, just as he was about to make his move, he discovered a powerful aura had locked onto him. It was as though he would be killed if he made a move. Young man, enough is enough. An aged voice resounded across the prodigy's arena. The voice belonged to an old man dressed in a Taoist robe. The old man had white hair, white eyebrows, and a youthful complexion. He looked like an immortal. Teacher. Han Yunjin smiled sheepishly when he saw the old man. I'm Han Yunjin. I've embarrassed you, teacher. Teacher. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Han Yunjin's greeting. He could guess the old man's identity. The old man was the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, one of the top 3 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. In the past, Duan Lingtian had only heard of the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor is here? The arrival of the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor caused an uproar in the crowd. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor is here. It seems like Han Yunjin won't die. Many people said, isn't this against the rules? It's supposed to be a battle to the death. But a senior intervened. What would the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace feel about this? It's not against the rules. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, titled Celestial Emperors are the rules. Most importantly, the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor is not an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor. He's one of the 3 strongest titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace felt that the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's intervention was against the rules, most of them felt that even if the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor intervened, no one would dare to say anything. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he looked at the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor from afar. He said in a deep voice, Senior, this is a battle to the death between me and Han Yunjin, and the Sword Trial Pavilion witnessed it. I'm afraid it's against the rules for you to intervene, right? Chapter 33:10. Senior Xiantian. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Ji, Duan Lingtian's eldest senior brother, stepped forward and looked at the old man solemnly. Everyone in the Heavenly Pool Palace knows about today's battle. Senior, if you don't want Han Yunjin to participate in this battle, you can stop him before he enters the Prodigy Arena. Now that he's about to die in the Prodigy Arena, don't you think it's inappropriate for you to intervene? As he spoke, Lu Ji's expression darkened slightly. Although the others remained silent, all of them, including the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace, looked at the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor indignantly. The old man glanced at Duan Lingtian and Lu Ji indifferently before he raised his hand to save Han Yunjin. Lord Xiantian. At this moment, the elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion cupped his hands together at the old man and said in a deep voice, The Sword Trial Pavilion is the judge of today's battle. If Duan Lingtian is the one who's defeated today, Lord Xiantian, I don't think you'd interfere, right? Elder Qin from the Sword Trial Pavilion looked at the old man solemnly. Although his eyes were filled with fear, he still stepped forward. Do you think you have the right to speak in front of me? The old man glanced at the Sword Trial Pavilion elder indifferently. He did not seem to do anything, but a powerful, invisible force streaked across the sky and landed on the Sword Trial Pavilion elder. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder's body suddenly trembled, and he staggered a few steps back in the air. Barf! After taking a few steps back, the elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura seemed to have weakened at this moment. Gasp! 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 Upon seeing this, the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace could not help but gasp. Based on the current situation, it seems like the profound heaven celestial emperor is determined to save his disciple. Han Yunjin has been following the profound heaven celestial emperor for a long time, right? Moreover, he's the profound heaven celestial emperor's favorite disciple. How can the profound heaven celestial emperor watch Han Yunjin die? Profound heaven immortal emperor is too overbearing. The profound heaven celestial emperor had the right to be domineering, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. The disciples of the heavenly pool palace whispered among themselves. Although they disliked the profound heaven celestial emperor's actions, none of them dared to voice their displeasure. Who knew if the profound heaven celestial emperor would attack them out of anger? Just when everyone thought that Han Yunjin would be saved by the profound heaven celestial emperor, a voice suddenly rang out. When the profound heaven immortal emperor was about to attack again, Xian Tian, since this is a battle of life and death, don't interfere. An ethereal voice came from afar. It was hard to tell if it was a man's voice or a woman's voice, but the voice was getting closer and closer. Hearing that voice, the expression of the old man, who had originally been incomparably domineering and indifferent, changed slightly. Then he bowed slightly to the void in the distance. Greetings, Palace Master. As soon as the old man finished speaking, 3 figures appeared in the distant void. The 2 figures behind them were none other than Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, and Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor. As for the person in front, he was a middle-aged man wearing a white robe. His face was calm, like an ancient well without any ripples, but between his brows, there seemed to be a majesty that looked down disdainfully on the world. He was none other than Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, and the Mengchong celestial emperor. He was also the strongest among the 9 titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace. Rumor had it that even the profound heaven celestial emperor and the cold gloom celestial emperor were no match for him, even if they joined forces. Naturally, this was only a rumor. Nevertheless, based on the profound heaven celestial emperor's respectful attitude toward Yu Fengyu, it was not as simple as it seemed. Teacher. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he saw Su Lang. However, he quickly regained his senses. Su Lang must have asked Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion, to summon the palace master of the heavenly pool palace. It was clear Su Lang had expected the profound heaven celestial emperor to show up. Greetings, Lord Palace Master. Greetings, Palace Master. When the profound heaven celestial emperor bowed to the newcomer, the disciples of the heavenly pool palace did the same. Many of them were excited, as though they had just seen a god. I didn't think I'd have the chance to meet the palace master of the heavenly pool palace. I've been in the heavenly pool palace for more than 1,000 years, but this is my first time meeting the palace master. I've been in the heavenly pool palace for more than 4,000 years, but this is my first time meeting the palace master. Doesn't this mean we should thank Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin? No, you should thank the profound heaven celestial emperor. If it weren't for the profound heaven celestial emperor, the palace master might not have shown himself even if he was here. Many disciples of the heavenly pool palace whispered excitedly among themselves. This was their first time meeting the palace master of the heavenly pool palace. Xian Tian, do you have any objections to my words? Yu Fengyu asked calmly as he looked at the old man indifferently under everyone's watchful eyes. Although his tone was calm, when it entered the ears of those present, it gave off an irresistible majesty, causing them to involuntarily feel fearful. The old man took a deep breath before he said in a deep voice, "Since the palace master has said so, I have no objections." As soon as he finished speaking, he cupped his fists at Yu Fengyu and said, "Palace master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." All right. Yu Fengyu nodded slightly before the old man's figure flashed and disappeared into the distance in just a blink of an eye. You're Duan Lingtian? Yu Fengyu looked at the despairing Han Yunjin before he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. He smiled faintly as he said, "Su Lang is lucky to have recruited a good disciple." Palace Master. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly at Yu Fengyu as a form of greeting. Since it's a battle to the death, let's leave the prodigy arena after we're done with it. Yu Fengyu's body became illusory after he finished speaking. Finally, he turned into a shadow under everyone's watchful eyes and disappeared. After Yu Fengyu left, Su Lang and Liang did not linger and left as well. The palace master is so powerful. He managed to get the profound Heaven's celestial emperor to leave with just a few words. Of course, he's the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, the leader of a heaven-grade force, and the overlord of the boundless heaven's boundless territory. It's said that the palace master has not only fused 3 profundities of the law he's proficient in, but he has also fused 2 other profundities as well. He's so strong that he's one of the strongest titled celestial emperors in the boundless heaven. Although the profound heaven celestial emperor is strong, he's still a far cry from the palace master. After Yu Fengyu left, the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples were still in a daze. They were still in a daze after witnessing Yu Fengyu's majestic aura. It was only when a scream rang in the air that they regained their senses. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian hovered in the air as he looked at Han Yunjin, who was bound by the pine willow divine tree's branches. With just a thought, the pine willow divine tree's branches tightened, killing Han Yunjin. Eldest senior brother, Zhao Jiali and Wu Quan's expressions changed drastically when they saw Han Yunjin. Earlier, when they saw their first senior brother had arrived, they were willing to help their first senior brother escape. However, they did not expect the verdant prairie celestial emperor and the merciless celestial emperor to bring the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace over. Now that their palace master had intervened, their eldest senior brother would not be able to interfere, even if he wanted to. Although they had already expected their eldest senior brother's fate, they were still unable to accept it. They could not accept the fact that their eldest senior brother, Han Yunjin, had died just like that. Han Yunjin was harsh to outsiders. Although some of his actions were unpleasant, he was still very caring toward his own people. For this reason, there were still a few people who were sad for his death. It's over. The disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian killing Han Yunjin. However, when they regained their senses, they looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Is Duan Lingtian really just a 5 elements celestial lord? A 5 elements celestial lord killed a celestial lord who had comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage, and was about to fuse the explosion profundity and the corrosion profundity? I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. That's right. Who would have thought that the weaker one would be able to kill the stronger one despite the fact that they were both human beings with such a huge difference in cultivation? After today's battle, Duan Lingtian will replace Han Yunjin as one of the 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. From now on, there will be 2 disciples under the verdant prairie celestial emperor who will be ranked among the 5 prodigious disciples. The verdant prairie celestial emperor is really a winner in life. Not only does he have a heaven-defying daughter, but he also has 2 monstrous disciples. Many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace whispered among themselves that the verdant prairie celestial emperor was indeed a winner in life. Duan Lingtian overheard some of the discussions among the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. It made him even more eager to meet his first senior sister. What kind of person is first senior sister? So far, he had only learned about his eldest senior sister's existence from his senior brothers and sisters. He knew his eldest senior sister was very protective of her juniors, and he knew his eldest senior sister was a titled celestial emperor at the very least. However, he had never seen her before. After the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace watched as Duan Lingtian returned to Su Lang's disciples and saw the white-clad woman standing next to Duan Lingtian and holding Duan Lingtian's arm. Upon seeing this, Lei Jun scoffed coldly as his eyes turned colder. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. It seems like it'll be difficult to get rid of him. Let's keep quiet for now. If the matter with Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu is over, I'll think of a way to get rid of him. Chapter 33:11. Brother Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian left the prodigy arena, It was not difficult for him to notice Huaner's odd behavior. Huaner, don't worry. After this matter is settled, I'll find a way to locate the Thousand Chains prison in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huaner. Naturally, he knew what was on Huaner's mind. Earlier, when Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, appeared, he could not help but think of Huaner's biological father, who was imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace. After all, Huaner's biological father had failed to fulfill the marriage agreement with the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's daughter. That was why the Heavenly Sword Mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven, handed him over to the Heavenly Pool Palace. All right. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huaner's expression eased. Little junior brother, I knew Han Yunjin wouldn't be a match for you. Hong Fei laughed before he took out a spatial ring and handed it to Duan Lingtian. What's this? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. He did not know why Hong Fei was giving him the spatial ring. Little junior brother, there are 5 million royal-grade celestial crystals in there. Hong Fei chuckled. 5 million royal-grade celestial crystals? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard the number of celestial crystals Hong Fei had just mentioned. He had just arrived in the Heavenly Pool Palace, and he did not have any dealings with anyone. He did not need celestial crystals for his cultivation, so he did not know much about celestial crystals. However, he knew very well what 5 million royal-grade celestial crystals could be exchanged for. 5 million royal-grade celestial crystals could be exchanged for celestial fruits that could increase a celestial lord's cultivation base. 6th senior brother, why are you giving me so many celestial crystals? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. However, he did not take the spatial ring. He did not know why his 6th senior brother was keeping him in suspense. Little junior brother, take it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's 5th senior brother, Ouyang Chi Fei, said, that fatty collected 5 million royal-grade celestial crystals before your battle with Han Yunjin. He's only accepting bets on Han Yunjin's victory. In other words, not only does he not have to pay any immortal crystals, but all the immortal crystals in his hands will also become his. Ouyang Chi Fei said, the immortal crystals he gave you are only half of what he obtained today. You deserve it. 6th junior brother, I won't participate in the distribution of youngest junior brother's share. After all, it took him a lot of effort to kill Han Yunjin. I don't want much from your share. 500,000 royal-grade celestial crystals will do. Humei rolled her eyes and said to Hong Fei with a smile, 3rd senior sister, you're trying to get something for nothing. Hong Fei said indignantly, what? Unwilling? If you're unwilling, I'll spar with you a few more times. I remember before eldest senior sister left, she asked us to spar with you to help you improve your strength, Humei said with a charming smile. However, Hong Fei was not in the mood to appreciate Humei's charming smile. With a bitter smile on his face, he said, 3rd senior sister, this is extortion. Nevertheless, Hong Fei still obediently handed over 500,000 royal-grade celestial crystals to Humei. Since Humei had given the royal-grade celestial crystals to his 3rd senior sister, it was only natural that he would give it to his 2nd senior brother, Lu Ji, and his 4th senior sister, Wenwan. As for his 5th senior brother, Ouyang Chi Fei, he had already agreed to it. I didn't expect to only earn 500,000 royal-grade celestial crystals in the end. Hong Fei smiled wryly. 6th senior brother, you're the one who earned these celestial crystals. You should keep them. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said with a smile when he saw Hong Fei's bitter smile. Little junior brother, don't be fooled by him. Ouyang Chi Fei said with a smile. This fellow doesn't lack celestial crystals. He's just casually nagging now. You have a conscience, little junior brother. Hong Fei glared at Ouyang Chi Fei. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile. Little junior brother, just as 5th senior brother said, I don't lack celestial crystals. Take it. Hong Fei handed the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. 6th senior brother, I'll leave these celestial crystals with you. See if you can help me exchange them for celestial fruits that can improve my cultivation base. Due to my current cultivation base, It's difficult for me to improve my law of space. I want to break through and become a celestial emperor as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian did not intend to accept the spatial ring. Alright, I'll think of a way to exchange these celestial crystals for celestial fruits and celestial pills. Hong Fei nodded and put the spatial ring away. Lu Ji, just as Duan Lingtian and the others were about to leave, two figures walked toward Duan Lingtian from different directions. One of them greeted Lu Ji, Duan Lingtian's second senior brother. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was also attracted by the two figures. The two figures were a man and a woman. The one who took the initiative to greet his second senior brother Lu Ji was the woman. The woman wore a bamboo hat and a loose black robe that completely covered her impressive figure. When she walked through the air, she walked with lotus steps, but her speed was not slow at all. As for the other person, he was a young man dressed in gray robes. A gourd hung from his waist, and his messy hair draped over his shoulders. He gave off an unruly and unrestrained aura. Apart from that, there was a long rod hanging from his waist, making him look unkempt. It's Lu Baifeng and Sun Xing. When Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the two of them, Hong Fei's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Little junior brother, this woman is called Lu Baifeng. As for the gray-clad young man, he's Sun Xing. Lu Baifeng? Sun Xing? Duan Lingtian was no longer the hothead who had just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace. He had long heard of these two names. Lu Baifeng was as famous as his second senior brother, Lu Ji. She was one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Sun Xing, on the other hand, was the strongest among the top 5 prodigious disciples. He was even stronger than Lu Ji and Lu Baifeng. Lu Baifeng is a disciple of the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor, and Sun Xing is the only disciple of the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. Hong Fei continued. Hong Fei continued to explain. The Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor was one of the strongest titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He was as famous as the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. His strength was second only to the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. As for the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor, I heard that the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace used to be the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog of Yangjian, the three-eyed Celestial Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. I wonder if the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor is really the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog of Yangjian, the Erlang deity. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with curiosity. For this reason, he felt a sense of familiarity with Sun Xing, the only disciple of the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. Little junior brother. When Lu Baifeng and Sun Xing arrived, Lu Ji introduced them to Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. As for the other disciples, they were already familiar with Lu Baifeng and Sun Xing. Following that, Lu Ji introduced Duan Lingtian and Huan Er to Lu Baifeng and Sun Xing, junior brother Duan, junior sister Huan Er. Lu Baifeng and Sun Xing greeted Duan Lingtian and Huan Er one after another. It was unknown if it was because of Lu Ji or Duan Lingtian's performance, but both of them were very enthusiastic. Senior sister Baifeng, senior brother Sunday, Duan Lingtian greeted the two of them in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian, your name has resounded like thunder in my ears since 3 years ago, especially after you and Han Yunjin agreed to a life-and-death duel. For a time, I thought you were seeking death. However, you've opened my eyes today. Lu Baifeng said with a sigh. I'm not the only one. Even the others didn't expect Han Yunjin would die in your hands. Most people think that Han Yunjin won't be the one to die today. Instead it's... At this point Lu Baifeng didn't continue. Duan Lingtian continued with a smile on his face. It can't be Han Yunjin, right? It can only be me, right? Duan Lingtian, it's fortunate that you're a disciple of the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. Otherwise, I would have poached you to be my master's disciple. Sun Xing said with a smile. In the past, I thought Han Yunjin would be replaced by Sima Yu, a disciple of the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor. Who knew someone would appear out of nowhere? Sun Xing. Lu Baifeng paused for a moment before she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked Sun Xing, that's right. Sun Xing nodded. A rare nostalgic smile appeared on his face as he said, a Cheng Yaojin appeared out of nowhere. That's what my hometown would say. A Chung Yaojin appeared out of nowhere? His hometown? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Sun Xing's words. He looked at Sun Xing and asked, Senior brother Sun Yu, are you from Yanhuang planet in the Yanhuang realm? Sun Xing was slightly taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. You know about Yanhuang planet in the Yanhuang realm? You're from Yanhuang planet as well, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Really? Sun Xing's eyes lit up as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Duan, which era are you from? 200 years ago. I went back to Yanhuang realm and planet Yanhuang. Only then did I realize that everything there had changed. I was born in 2000 AD in Yanhuang continent. Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Sun Xing and asked, Senior brother Sun, how old are you now? More than 800 years old. Sun Xing replied. More than 800 years old. That's 500 years older than me. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Senior brother Sun, does that mean you were born around 1500 AD? You're from the Ming dynasty? Although Duan Lingtian did not study history in depth when he was on Earth in his previous life, he knew that 1500 AD was the Ming dynasty. That's right. Sun Xing nodded. He could not help but sigh. I didn't expect you to be from the same hometown as my teacher. Senior brother Sun, the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. Is he really the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog by the side of the three-eyed Celestial Emperor, Yang Jian? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Yes. Sun Xing nodded. My teacher was originally in the Jade Emperor Heaven with senior uncle Yang Jian. However, they had a falling out due to some minor conflicts. Therefore, my teacher came to the Boundless Heaven and settled down in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Many years ago, I obtained the legacy that my teacher left behind in the mundane realm. He personally brought me to the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven. Chapter 33:12. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian when he heard Sun Xing's words. Initially, he was puzzled by the relationship between the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog. If it was really the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog, shouldn't it be in the Heavenly Emperor's faction in the Jade Emperor Heaven? Why would it be in a Heaven-grade faction in the Boundless Heaven? After listening to Sun Xing's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood that the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog had a falling out with Yang Jian. Duan Lingtian did not comment on the minor conflict Sun Xing had mentioned. What kind of minor conflict would cause the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog to leave the Jade Emperor Heaven and settle down in the Heavenly Pool Palace? Perhaps even Sun Xing doesn't know the truth. After all, when he left Yanhuang realm and came to the Devata realms, he came to the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, both of you are from the same hometown? Lu Baifeng, who was standing at the side, was stunned when she heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Sun Xing. Junior brother Duan, not only are we from the same hometown, but our teacher is also from the same hometown. Sun Xing smiled before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Junior brother Duan, let's exchange soul pearls. When I'm free, I'll look for you for a drink. If you're free, I'll bring you to see our teacher. I'm sure our teacher will be happy to see you from the same hometown. The emotions that Sun Xing was displaying now were completely different from how he was at the beginning. At first, Sun Xing was polite and courteous. However, at this moment, he was behaving like a friend who had known Duan Lingtian for many years. Alright. Duan Lingtian felt close to Sun Xing, since they were from the same hometown in the Devata realm. Therefore, he immediately took out his soul pearls and exchanged them with Sun Xing. Junior brother Duan, I'll take my leave first. Sun Xing bade farewell to Duan Lingtian before he nodded at the others and left. As for Lu Baifeng, after chatting with Lu Ji for a while, she also left. On the way back, Hong Fei said to Duan Lingtian, Little junior brother, that's Sun Xing. Although he's from the same hometown as you, don't trust him too much. Otherwise, he might betray you without even knowing it. I've never seen him treat anyone so warmly before. From Hong Fei's point of view, There must be a reason behind this abnormality. That Sun Xing was usually the same to everyone, but today he was so enthusiastic to his junior brother that it was a little scary. Fatty, senior brother Sun Xing, might not have any ill intentions. Moreover, with his current strength, there seems to be no need for him to do anything to little junior brother, right? Humei shook her head. Third senior sister, who said that little junior brother has nothing to gain. As far as I know, there are many beautiful female disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace who are interested in Sun Xing, but he doesn't pay any attention to them. Hong Fei said matter-of-factly, "Isn't this strange? Who knows, maybe he likes men. Little junior brother is so handsome. If he likes men, wouldn't it be normal for him to like little junior brother?" The more Hong Fei spoke, the more matter-of-factly he sounded. At this moment, Wen Wan'er, who was standing at the side, could not help but burst out laughing. Sixth junior brother, are you still brooding over the fact that junior sister Xiaofeng, whom you pursued, said she likes men like senior brother Sun Xing? Fourth senior sister. Hong Fei was slightly infuriated when Wen Wan'er exposed his thoughts. All right. I won't talk about it anymore. Wen Wan'er shook her head and stopped talking. However, she still had a smile on her face. Fatty, I didn't expect you'd still hold a grudge against senior brother Sun Xing over this matter. In the end, didn't he reject junior sister Xiaofeng as well? Humei clicked her tongue and laughed. Little junior brother. However, Hong Fei ignored Humei and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said, I'm telling you, it's not because I have a grudge against Sun Xing. It's because he's really a strange person. Sixth senior brother, you're not an ascender, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Hong Fei was stunned for a moment before he nodded. That's right. I'm not an ascender. What's wrong? Not only was Hong Fei not an ascender, but he was also a lineal disciple of the Hong clan, a supreme grade 1 force. His grandfather was the current clan leader of the Hong clan. It's difficult for those who haven't ascended to understand our feelings when we meet in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. The Devata realms are too big. Moreover, there are 81 Devata realms. As for the mundane realms, there are countless of them. What's the chances of meeting someone from the same mundane realm and planet in the Devata realms? It's not an exaggeration to say the chances are 1 in a million. After learning Sun Xing was from Earth, Duan Lingtian had a special feeling for him, even though Sun Xing was not from the same era as him. However, it did not stop him from treating Sun Xing as an old friend. Little junior brother is right. At this moment Lu Ji, Duan Lingtian's second senior brother, chimed in. I'm also an ascender, so I understand your feelings. If I can meet someone from the same mundane realm as me in the Devata realms, I'll also feel a special feeling for them, let alone someone from the same mundane realm and planet. Hong Fei fell silent when he heard Lu Ji's words. He could refute his fellow disciples, but he did not dare to refute his second senior brother and first senior sister. Third senior sister. Duan Lingtian looked at Humei and asked with a smile. I heard someone mention the Thousand Chains prison a few days ago. Is there such a place in the Heavenly Pool Palace? The Thousand Chains prison. Her eyes brightened when she heard Duan Lingtian mention the Thousand Chains prison. She knew her father was imprisoned there. Her body tensed up slightly, and her eyes widened in shock. At the same time, she instinctively looked at Humei. The Thousand Chains prison? Humei was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's words. Then she asked curiously, Why do you ask, little junior brother? It's nothing. I'm just curious. Duan Lingtian smiled. Little junior brother. Before Humei could say anything, Hong Fei said, I know about the Thousand Chains prison. It's a prison set up by the Heavenly Pool Palace for disciples who have committed grave sins. It's said that there are all kinds of punishments in there, be it physical or spiritual. Many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace who were sent to the Thousand Chains prison died because they couldn't withstand the torture. Wan'er's face turned pale when she heard Hong Fei's explanation. She tightened her grip on Duan Lingtian's arm as she listened to Hong Fei's explanation. Duan Lingtian patted the back of Wan'er's hand. His eyes flashed as he asked, Where's the Thousand Chains prison? It's behind the Prodigy Arena. You'll reach it after walking for a while. Hong Fei said. However, the entrance of the Thousand Chains prison is guarded by powerful elders of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Under normal circumstances, those who haven't committed any crimes won't be able to enter the prison. The Heavenly Pool Palace doesn't allow anyone who hasn't committed any crimes to enter the prison. The only way to enter the Thousand Chains prison without committing any crimes is to be a disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace who volunteered to become a guard. Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. Become a guard of the Thousand Chains prison? Are there any requirements for a Heavenly Pool Palace disciple to become a guard of the Thousand Chains prison? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. That's what I'm going to say next. I don't know when the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace set the rule, but to become a guard of the Thousand Chains prison, one must be a prodigious disciple. I really don't know what he's thinking. Who's so free as to become a guard of the Thousand Chains prison? Hong Fei shook his head. At this moment, Lu Ji glanced at Hong Fei indifferently and said, The Thousand Chains prison is very important. Not only are there disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace imprisoned there, but there are also many outsiders. Rumor has it that some titled celestial emperors are also imprisoned there. These titled celestial emperors are the personal enemies of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The reason they're imprisoned is because they've comprehended the law of Earth. Their defenses are too strong for us to kill. Therefore, we're only able to imprison them. The descendants of the titled celestial emperors dream of rescuing them. However, once the titled celestial emperors are released, they'll definitely become the Heavenly Pool Palace's archenemies. A similar incident happened in the past. A titled celestial emperor was released by his descendant, and he killed many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. After that, he was imprisoned by the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The reason why only prodigious disciples are allowed to become guards is to prevent spies from infiltrating the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, even if the descendants of the titled celestial emperors become prodigious disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace, with their talents, their seniors won't allow them to risk their lives. For this reason, ever since the Thousand Chains prison established the rule that only prodigious disciples are allowed to become guards, no titled celestial emperors have escaped or nearly escaped. Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the Thousand Chains prison after listening to Lu Ji's explanation. Moreover, you'll only be on duty for a short period of time. Moreover, you'll be rewarded handsomely with royal-grade celestial crystals. Lu Ji continued to say. Second senior brother. Hume looked at Lu Ji and asked, I remember you and eldest senior sister used to be guards in the Thousand Chains prison, right? That's right. Lu Ji nodded. Actually, there's something you're unaware of. Eldest senior sister switched to cultivating the law of death because of the Thousand Chains prison. The Thousand Chains prison is filled with death chi. It's a good place to comprehend the law of death. Before eldest senior sister left the Heavenly Pool Palace, she was still the warden of the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Lu Ji's words. His eldest senior sister, whom he had never met, was the warden of the Thousand Chains prison? Regardless of the prison, the warden was usually the head, right? Chapter 33:13. Eldest senior sister didn't comprehend the law of death in the past? Hume, Wenwaner, Ouyang Qifei, and Hong Fei were stunned when they heard Lu Ji's words. They instinctively turned to look at Lu Ji. It was clear they had just learned about this as well. Your eldest senior sister only began to cultivate the law of death after she became a prodigious disciple. Lu Ji smiled faintly when he saw the puzzled looks on their faces. A hint of nostalgia could be seen on his face as he continued to say, It's normal that you don't know about this. After all of you weren't under my tutelage at that time. Eldest senior sister and I are the only two disciples under my teacher. Lu Ji replied. She only began to cultivate the law of death after she became a prodigious disciple? Hong Fei stared at Lu Ji with his mouth agape. Second senior brother. Eldest senior sister is an expert in the law of death. Not only has she comprehended all the profundities from the law of death to the mastery stage, but she has also fused 3 profundities from the law of death together. However, she only began to comprehend the law of death after becoming a prodigious disciple? Hong Fei was shocked by Lu Ji's words. Apart from Hong Fei, even Hu Mei, Wen Wan and Ouyang Qi Fei were shocked by Lu Ji's words. Duan Lingtian did not know much about eldest senior sister, since he had never met her before. However, it was different for Hong Fei and the others. After all, they had witnessed eldest senior sister's prowess with their own eyes. Before your eldest senior sister comprehended the law of death, she had also comprehended all the profundities from the law of water to the mastery stage. I'm sure all of you are unaware of this as well. Lu Ji continued to say. Upon hearing Lu Ji's words, not only were Hong Fei and the others stunned, but even Duan Lingtian and Huan could not help but look at each other in shock and awe. That elusive eldest senior sister comprehended all the profundities from the law of water to the mastery stage, before she comprehended the law of death? Duan Lingtian had thought it was rare for someone like him to comprehend all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, when he was only a celestial lord. However, it seemed like he was not the only one who was capable of that. Moreover, I comprehended the law of space by relying on the Supreme Expert's Godhead. Even if that eldest senior sister has her own secrets and fortuitous encounters, how could she compare to the Supreme Expert's Godhead? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel deep respect for the eldest senior sister, whom he had never met. After a while, Duan Lingtian and the others returned to the training ground under Su Lang, and the few of them separated one after another. Duan Lingtian and Huana returned to their respective cultivation grounds. Brother Lingtian. As soon as she returned, she looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of excitement in her eyes. I'll ask sixth senior brother how to become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Lingtian naturally understood Huaner's intentions. He smiled and explained the process of becoming a warden of the Thousand Chains prison to Hong Fei through the soul orb. In order to become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison, as long as one was a genius disciple, all one had to do was register. When there was a vacancy, one would be assigned to duty. Some jailers would occasionally have something to do, such as going out or cultivating in seclusion. When they had no time to be on duty, there would be a vacancy for a jailer's shift. At that time, a substitute jailer would be able to fill in. Huaner, I'll bring you to apply to become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison. Since Duan Lingtian had learned how to apply to become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison from Hong Fei, he led Huan to another floating island in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Finally, they arrived at a secluded palace. This palace was much more secluded compared to the sword trial hall. There was not a single soul in sight. Swoosh! A gust of wind blew past, causing the fallen leaves at the entrance of the palace to flutter in the air. This is the Thousand Chains Palace? The Thousand Chains Palace was the internal affairs palace of the Thousand Chains prison. Anyone who wanted to become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison had to register here. Naturally, one only needed to register. This was because the warden of the Thousand Chains prison had to be a genius disciple. However, there were only 100 genius disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. It's really deserted, Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he led Huan into the palace. The palace was covered in dust and cobwebs. It was as though no one had been here for a long time. Is anyone in? Duan Lingtian called out to the palace. Creak. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the sound of the door opening resonated from inside the palace. Following that, an old voice rang in the air. The voice was indifferent. Are you here to apply to become a prison guard? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Prodigy token. The voice rang again. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian immediately took out his prodigy token. Huaner did the same as well. As soon as both of them took out their prodigy tokens, a gust of wind blew past their hands. Then, their prodigy tokens were sucked into the palace. The entire process was extremely bizarre. You're Duan Lingtian? You're Su Lang's new disciple? You're indeed a man of striking appearance. The old man's voice rang in the air again. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Huaner's prodigy tokens were brought back by a gust of wind. Two tokens that were as black as ink and shone with a faint red light were brought back as well. The words Thousand Chains Prison were engraved on the front of the tokens, and Duan Lingtian and Huaner's names were engraved on the back of the tokens. Is Suyasi back yet? Duan Lingtian and Huaner took the Prodigy token and the Thousand Chains Prison token respectively, before the old man's voice rang in the air again. Suyasi. Duan Lingtian was stunned and was unable to recover from his shock for a moment. You don't even know your eldest senior sister's name? Didn't you apply to become a warden of the Thousand Chains Prison because your eldest senior sister is the warden of the Thousand Chains Prison? She can meditate on the law of death on the life and death platform in the Thousand Chains Prison? Although the old man was not in front of Duan Lingtian, he seemed to have complete control of Duan Lingtian's every move. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not even sense the old man's divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Who is this old man? The life and death platform. At the same time, Duan Lingtian learned from the old man that there was a place in the Thousand Chains Prison where one could meditate on the law of death. Senior, may I ask who you are? Duan Lingtian asked respectfully. Me. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, the old man fell silent for a moment before he replied. I'm a person who should have died. A person who should have died. A moment later, the door slammed shut, and the old man's voice disappeared completely. Duan Lingtian called out to the old man a few times, but the old man did not respond. He subconsciously tried to use his divine sense to find out where the old man was, but he found that his divine sense could not enter the palace at all. It was as if there was an invisible wall standing there, separating the inside and the outside into two worlds. Senior, the two of us will take our leave first. Although the old man did not respond, since he had obtained the warden token, Duan Lingtian did not continue to linger. Huaner, let's go to the Thousand Chains Prison. To become a warden of the Thousand Chains Prison, one had to go to the Thousand Chains Palace to obtain a warden token. After obtaining the warden token, one could register in the Thousand Chains Prison. When there was a vacancy, they would be notified to head to the Thousand Chains Prison to fulfill their duties. The Thousand Chains Prison was located in the distance behind the Prodigy Arena. It was located above a vast mountain. It was a huge floating island that was incomparably majestic. At a glance, the floating island looked like a huge mountain. Tens of thousands of thick chains extended from the top of the mountain, completely shrouding it. Moreover, there were many intricate patterns carved on the huge mountain. They were difficult to decipher. There were all kinds of words, and it was too much for the eyes to take in. Thousand Chains Prison. The words Thousand Chains Prison could be seen hovering on half of the mountain's wall. It was said to be hovering because the words were formed by hundreds of chains intertwined together. At the center of the mountain was a huge door. It looked like the entrance to a cave, but it was exquisitely decorated. It did not seem like it led to the depths of a cave, but to a luxurious palace. This should be the entrance to the Thousand Chains Prison, Duan Lingtian said to Huaner. At this moment, Huana looked at the Thousand Chains Prison with excitement in her eyes. Her body trembled slightly, and it seemed like she could not control her emotions. Huaner, calm down a little before we go in. Duan Lingtian smiled at Huaner. All right. Huaner nodded lightly. After a few breaths, she regained her composure. Her body exuded a cold aura that resembled a blooming lotus. Let's go. Following that, Duan Lingtian and Huaner stepped into the Thousand Chains Prison's entrance. At the same time, they saw 4 old men standing guard at the entrance. The 4 old men stood at the side, with 2 on each side. Trespassers are not allowed in the Thousand Chains Prison. Before Duan Lingtian and Huaner could get close to the entrance, one of the old men glared at Duan Lingtian and Huaner. The old man had a white beard, messy white hair, and white tiger-like eyebrows. He looked like a lion with white fur. Elder, we're the prodigious disciples who have just applied to become the prison guards of the Thousand Chains Prison. Duan Lingtian did not waste any time. He took out his prison guard token and placed it together with Huaner's prison guard token. Then, he tossed the token to the old man. The old man's eyes widened when he saw Huaner's order token. However, when he saw the back of Duan Lingtian's order token, his eyes widened slightly. Why, you're Duan Lingtian? You're the Duan Lingtian, who killed the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's first disciple, Han Yunjin? The old man looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Although he was not present at the Prodigy Arena, news of the battle had spread like wildfire in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Chapter 33:14. Senior, you know me? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he saw the surprised expression on the old man's face, and the other old men's faces. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the Heavenly Pool Palace who don't know your name, Duan Lingtian. The old man, who had a hostile expression earlier, had a wide smile on his face now. His white beard trembled as he continued to say, Moreover, Duan Lingtian, you're also Head Warden Su's junior brother. In other words, the Thousand Chains prison can be considered as half your home. Does this mean I'm home now? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Then he smiled wryly. If someone had told him the Thousand Chains prison was his home in his previous life, he would have slapped that person. Duan Lingtian, I'll bring the two of you in. The old man smiled and took the initiative to say, I'm sure this is your first time in the Thousand Chains prison. Let me introduce you to the Thousand Chains prison, and bring you to the Internal Affairs Hall, to hang your warden tokens there. Once the warden tokens are hung in the Internal Affairs Hall, you'll be notified whenever there's a vacancy. However, since you're Head Warden Su's junior brother, even if there's no vacancy, no one will stop you from coming to the Thousand Chains prison. The old man continued to say. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was inwardly shocked. He did not expect his eldest senior sister, whom he had never met, would be able to provide him with so much convenience. I'll have to trouble you then, elder, Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's courteous attitude, the old man was overjoyed. At the very least, this prodigious disciple with a bright future did not look down on him, just because he was a gatekeeper of the Thousand Chains prison. As a gatekeeper of the Thousand Chains prison, he used to be an ordinary disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even now, he was not as strong as Han Yunjin, who had been killed by Duan Lingtian. There was no doubt Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Duan Lingtian was strong, had a powerful background, and had a bright future. Moreover, he was polite to him. Let's go in. After calling out to Duan Lingtian and Huan Er, the old man led the way for the two Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Huan Er followed closely behind. After entering the Thousand Chains prison, what appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was a crimson world. Everywhere was a mountain wall that gave off a crimson glow. Among the mountain walls, there were many special metal pillars that supported the buildings inside the mountain. After passing through a wide passageway, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er arrived at a spacious plaza. Aside from the path across from them, there was no other path. Duan Lingtian, this is the final plaza of the Thousand Chains prison. After leading Duan Lingtian into the square, the old man introduced them to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Final square? Duan Lingtian was stunned, as the name of this square seemed to be rather special. Don't you think the name of the square is a little strange? The old man asked with a smile. It's a little strange. Duan Lingtian nodded. The reason this square is called the final square is due to the killing formation that's capable of severely injuring a titled celestial emperor. Ordinary celestial emperors who aren't titled celestial emperors will definitely die if they trigger the killing formation. The old man said with a smile. This is a place where anyone below the titled celestial emperor realm can die. That's why it's called the terminating square. Severely injure a titled celestial emperor? Anyone below the level of a titled celestial emperor will definitely die. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but inwardly gasp. At the same time, he raised his guard. Don't worry. The old man chuckled when he saw Duan Lingtian's vigilance. Not just anyone can trigger the killing formation in the square of Terminus. The killing formation will only be triggered when someone tries to force his way out of the Thousand Chains prison. Moreover, it only targets those people. Even if we're in the square at that time, the killing formation won't attack us. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he heard the old man's words. At the same time, He could vaguely guess the killing formation's mechanism. The killing formation must have extracted the blood or soul aura of the prisoners and merged it with the killing formation. Otherwise, the killing formation would not be triggered. After passing through the final square, the old man led Duan Ling Tian through a long passage before they arrived at a palace that was neither big nor small. The plaque on the entrance of the palace had the words Internal Affairs Palace written on it in large letters. Let me bring you in to register. Under the old man's lead, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner entered the Internal Affairs Palace. Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian merely had to show their jailer tokens to the elders of the Internal Affairs Pavilion in the Thousand Chains prison. The elders would record their names and leave behind their soul pearls. When there was a vacancy, the elders would ask if they were free to take up the position. If they were not, their names would be temporarily removed from the list. When they were free, they would notify the Internal Affairs Palace. Apart from leaving behind their soul pearls, they also collected the soul pearls of the Internal Affairs Palace's elders. Duan Ling Tian, your head warden Su's junior brother. Now that you're a jailer of the Thousand Chains prison, even if you're not on duty, you're welcome to come to the Thousand Chains prison. The Internal Affairs Palace's elder was very friendly toward Duan Ling Tian. However, when you're not on duty, you're not allowed to enter the prison. At most, you can go to the life and death platform to comprehend the law of death. When the Internal Affairs Palace's elder reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned solemn as he said, "If you're not on duty, even elders like us aren't allowed to enter the prison, let alone jailers. Only the wardens have the privilege to enter," the warden said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. However, new prison guards are usually given a chance to familiarize themselves with the prison. Originally, this opportunity has to be chosen at a specific time. Since you're head warden Su's junior brother, I don't think it's appropriate for you to make a trip here again. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's eyes lit up. Elder Xia. At the same time, the Internal Affairs Palace's elder looked at the Thousand Chains prison's elder, who brought Duan Ling Tian and Huaner into the prison and said, "You'll bring them around the prison and explain the situation to them." As soon as the Internal Affairs Palace's elder finished speaking, he raised his hand and tossed a token to Huaner. All right. Huaner took the token and nodded. Then he beckoned Duan Ling Tian and Huaner to leave. It wasn't difficult for Duan Ling Tian to see that the command token that Elder Xia received was completely pitch black, and it emitted waves of icy cold and profound aura. Moreover, it gave people a feeling of oppression. It was obvious that many formations had been compressed inside the token. This is the token that allows you to enter and exit the prison. After leaving the Internal Affairs Palace, the old man seemed to have noticed Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's gazes. He smiled and said, "This token is issued by the Internal Affairs Palace. When it's issued, the Internal Affairs Palace's elder will infuse our soul auras into the token through our soul pearls. In other words, this token can only allow the three of us to enter and exit the prison. This is to prevent people from bringing people in and out of the prison." After listening to the old man's words, Duan Ling Tian realized the security in the Thousand Chains prison was not something an ordinary prison could compare to. In the past, there weren't many rules in the Thousand Chains prison. However, ever since a titled celestial emperor escaped from the Thousand Chains prison and killed many of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples, the Heavenly Pool Palace has set many rules in the Thousand Chains prison. Most importantly, only prodigious disciples are allowed to become prison guards. Huaner nodded. What do the guards do in the Thousand Chains prison? Duan Ling Tian asked. What the prison guards need to do is to observe the situation of the people imprisoned in the prison. If they discover anything strange, they need to immediately inform the Internal Affairs Palace. Apart from that, they also need to monitor the people imprisoned in the prison. Huaner nodded. How many guards are on duty every time? Duan Ling Tian asked again. 6 guards. They're divided into groups of 2 to patrol the 3 areas of the prison, the old man said. One group is responsible for patrolling the prisons where titled celestial emperors are imprisoned. The other group is responsible for patrolling the prisons where non-titled celestial emperors are imprisoned. The last group is responsible for patrolling the prisons where the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples and elders are imprisoned. Each group will patrol the prison for 4 months before swapping teams. Each group will patrol the prison for 4 months. Each time a guard is on duty, they'll be on duty for a year. The old man said, due to the high requirements of being a guard, only prodigious disciples can apply for the position. Therefore, not all guards are assigned to patrol the prison. Some of them are even elders of the Thousand Chains prison. Even I'm often assigned to patrol the prison when there aren't enough guards. This year there are 6 people patrolling inside. Only 3 of them are geniuses. The other 3 are the elders of the Thousand Chains prison. The old man paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huan before he continued to say, come to think of it, it's not a coincidence. The last change was a month ago. Both of you will have to wait for another 11 months before it's your turn. Moreover, you'll definitely get your turn. After all, very few prodigious disciples are willing to become guards. Even if the salary is high, most of them won't accept it. The old man shook his head when he finished speaking. Most of the prodigious disciples who are willing to become guards are here for the life and death platform. Elder Yen from the Internal Affairs Palace told you about the life and death platform. You can go to the Thousand Chains prison whenever you want to. It's very beneficial to comprehend the law of death there. That's because the people who have been executed by the Thousand Chains prison are all beneath the life and death platform. The Thousand Chains prison has sealed their deathly aura in that area, making the life and death platform a sacred place to comprehend the laws of death. Chapter 33:15. At the life and death platform. This was not the first time Duan Ling Tian had heard of this place. Before he entered the Thousand Chains prison, he knew there was a place in the Thousand Chains prison where he could comprehend the law of death. Later on, he learned the place was called the life and death platform. Now that the old man mentioned it again, he began to yearn for the life and death platform. The prodigious disciples who applied to become wardens of the Thousand Chains prison didn't do it for the celestial crystals. They were more interested in the opportunity to comprehend the law of death on the life and death platform. The old man said. The old man said, every warden can enter the life and death platform for a year to comprehend the law of death after a year of duty. If you want to enter the life and death platform to comprehend the law of death, you'll have to stay on duty for another year. Of course, you can also choose to be on duty for many years at a time, and then climb the life or death platform for many years. This is because the time you can climb the life or death platform is linked to the time you are on duty. You can climb the life or death platform for as long as you are on duty. After the old man finished speaking, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a smile, of course, you don't have to do this. You can enter the life and death platform whenever you want because of Warden Su. Moreover, you can enter the life and death platform as long as you want. A hint of envy could be seen in the old man's eyes when he finished speaking. Although he did not specialize in the law of death, and rarely went to the life or death platform, it was not easy for him to ascend the life or death platform, even if he had comprehended the law of death. He also needed to contribute to the Thousand Chains prison. This is because the hall master of the life and death pavilion is Warden Su. The elders in the life and death pavilion are also Warden Su's subordinates. Warden Su has long ordered that any junior brothers and sisters who want to enter the life and death platform are free to do so without any restrictions. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, I'm afraid only Lord Su Lang's subordinates are allowed to enter the life and death pavilion. The old man continued to speak. Not only is eldest senior sister the warden of the Thousand Chains prison, but she's also the hall master of the life and death pavilion? Duan Ling Tian suddenly realized that his understanding of the eldest senior sister was only the tip of the iceberg. What he knew now was something he didn't know in the past. How many wardens are there in the Thousand Chains prison? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously as he followed behind the old man. There are 3 wardens in the Thousand Chains prison. They are in charge of the Internal Affairs Hall, the Life and Death Hall, and the Purgatory Hall. The old man said. Purgatory Palace? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. He now knew what the Internal Affairs Hall and the Life and Death Hall were. The Internal Affairs Hall was where the internal affairs of the Thousand Chains prison were handled, while the Life and Death Hall was where the prisoners were executed and stored. The Purgatory Hall is also known as the Punishment Hall. Its function is to punish those who are imprisoned. Naturally, it's not a death sentence. If it's a death sentence, the prisoners will be sent to the Life and Death Hall. The old man paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian and reminded him. Duan Lingtian, the Hall Master of the Internal Affairs Hall, has a good relationship with Head Warden Su. However, the Hall Master of the Purgatory Hall doesn't have a good relationship with Head Warden Su. If you encounter him, try to avoid him, so that he won't make things difficult for you. After all, Head Warden Su isn't here right now. If Head Warden Su is here, he'll restrain himself. The old man's expression turned slightly solemn when he spoke. How strong is he? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he narrowed his eyes. He's close to a titled Celestial Emperor. The old man replied. Close to a titled Celestial Emperor? Duan Lingtian was stunned. How could such a person dare to oppose his eldest senior sister? Elder Xie, do you know how strong my eldest senior sister is? Duan Lingtian asked instinctively. She seems to be close to a titled Celestial Emperor as well. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian realized that the people in the Thousand Chains prison did not seem to know the true strength of his eldest senior sister. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he felt it was normal. As her junior brothers and sisters, it was only natural for them to know her strength better than anyone else. Elder Xie, the Hall Master of the Purgatory Palace you're talking about is the head warden of the Thousand Chains prison. If he takes the initiative to make things difficult for me and I don't want to dodge, I should be able to retaliate if he attacks, right? Duan Lingtian asked as his eyes glinted. The old man did not expect Duan Lingtian to ask such a question. He was stunned for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. Duan Lingtian, are you confident you can defeat the Hall Master of the Thousand Chains prison? After all, his strength is close to a titled Celestial Emperor. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, I've never heard of anyone who's weaker than a titled Celestial Emperor being able to defeat him. At most, they're evenly matched with him. The old man said. I'm just asking. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. If he attacks you, you can naturally retaliate. However, the moment you retaliate, he will punish you with the crime of insubordination. Although he won't kill you, he can capture you and bring you to the Purgatory Palace to punish you. The old man shook his head. What if he's not a match for me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed even further, narrowing into slits as he continued asking. Up until now, there hasn't been such a situation in the Thousand Chains prison. However, if he's not a match for you, he won't dare to provoke you. As long as you don't kill him, the Heavenly Pool Palace won't punish you, the old man said. Duan Lingtian nodded. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded. Elder Xie, let's go to the Thousand Chains prison now. To Duan Lingtian, the Pavilion Master of the Purgatory Hall and the Life or Death platform were not as important as the prison. Why did he and Huaner join the Heavenly Pool Palace? It was all to save Huaner's parents. Currently, he was certain Huaner's father was imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison. However, he was not certain about her mother's whereabouts. Although Huaner had her mother's soul pearl, her mother did not have Huaner's soul pearl. Therefore, no matter how hard she tried to contact her mother would not be able to respond to her. Naturally, that was if her mother could receive her message. Elder Xie, can we use soul pearls to communicate in and out of the Thousand Chains prison? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course not. The old man shook his head. There's a formation in the Thousand Chains prison that restricts soul pearls from transmitting messages. Let alone the Thousand Chains prison. Even the Thousand Chains prison restricts soul pearls from transmitting messages. This is also done to prevent the people imprisoned in the prison from communicating with the people outside, and even plotting to escape. Huaner nodded. Huaner, It seems like your mother didn't receive your voice transmission earlier. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huan after listening to the old man's words. Previously, when he, Huan and the Zhuge siblings from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect had returned to the spirit overarching heaven, Huan had obtained her mother's soul pearl from the Zhang clan's clan leader. He knew Huan would often use the soul pearl to send messages to her mother, even if her mother could not respond. Of course, that's only if your mother is imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison, Duan Lingtian said. Thank you, Elder. Duan Lingtian glanced at the old man before he asked. I heard from one of my senior brothers that there's a person imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Palace in the solitary destructive heavens, Heavenly Sword Mountain. He said he broke off his engagement with the Heavenly Pool Palace? Are you talking about the prodigy from the Heavenly Sword Mountain? It's a pity he's gone. The old man shook his head and said, that prodigy could have become a son-in-law of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Unfortunately, it's said that he had a mistress and broke off his engagement with the Heavenly Pool Palace. Fortunately, the Heavenly Sword Mountain was tactful enough to send him here. At that time, the palace master was prepared to go to the Heavenly Sword Mountain to demand an explanation. The old man said, is he still imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison? Duan Lingtian asked. That's right. The old man nodded. If you're interested in him, I'll bring you to meet him when we enter the Thousand Chains prison. As expected of a prodigy from the Heavenly Sword Mountain, after cultivating diligently in the Thousand Chains prison, his cultivation base is close to that of a titled celestial emperor. Previously, when the pavilion master of the Purgatory Pavilion challenged him to a duel, he was not at a disadvantage at all. The old man sighed. Good. I'm curious as to what kind of person would refuse to marry the palace master's daughter. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Huaner's eyes were filled with excitement as well. She was finally going to meet her biological father. Thank you, Elder. Duan Lingtian asked again. Do you know what kind of woman caused the prodigy from the Heavenly Sword Mountain to refuse the palace master's daughter? Yes. That woman is imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison as well. The old man nodded. That woman isn't human. She's a celestial beast. I think she's a phantom fox. In order to punish them, the palace master ordered them to look at each other through the prison, but they were not allowed to meet. Moreover, every once in a while, they would torture the woman once in a while, so that the prodigy of the Heavenly Sword Mountain would suffer psychological torture. That woman is usually in a comatose state and rarely wakes up. After all, once she wakes up, she'll be tortured again. The old man sighed. Speaking of which, she's a woman with a hard life. She didn't do anything wrong. However, she has to suffer because she fell in love with a man she shouldn't have. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. Huaner trembled involuntarily as tears welled up in her eyes. The old man was taken aback by Duan Lingtian and Huaner's reaction. However, he did not suspect anything. He looked at Huaner and said with a smile, it seems like you're a sentimental person as well. However, that woman is really pitiful. Chapter 33:16. Big Brother Lingtian. Her voice trembled with anger. Duan Lingtian could empathize with her. If his mother had been the one being tortured, he would have been even more furious. Huaner, Big Brother Lingtian will definitely find a way to save your parents. Duan Lingtian said in a low voice. Believe in Big Brother Lingtian. All right. Huaner nodded. She tried her best to suppress her emotions, so that the old man would not notice anything amiss. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huaner followed the old man out of the narrow passage and into a vast space. That's the Purgatory Palace. The old man pointed. Duan Lingtian looked in the direction the old man was pointing and saw a huge palace in the distance. In front of the palace was a stone tablet that was dozens of meters tall. At a glance, it was much taller than the palace. The words Purgatory Palace were engraved on the tablet. Upon arriving, Duan Lingtian finally saw people entering and exiting the Purgatory Palace. At first glance, the people entering and exiting the Purgatory Palace looked normal. However, Some of the people being carried out were covered in blood. Some of them were even missing parts of their bodies. It was a gory scene. There were also a few people who were unscathed. However, when they were being dragged away, their eyes were lifeless. It was as though they had lost their souls. It was a sight that sent chills down Duan Lingtian's spine. People are being dragged into the Purgatory Palace every day to be punished. The old man seemed to be used to such scenes. He continued to lead Duan Lingtian and Huaner into another passage. However, this passageway was much shorter than the previous one. A few moments later, Duan Lingtian and Huaner followed the old man out of the passage and into another vast space. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw the palace floating in midair to his right. Behind the palace, there was a vast stone platform floating. Now he could vaguely see some figures sitting cross-legged on it cultivating. Around their bodies, bursts of black and gray gas could be faintly seen. It was clearly the death aura brought about by comprehending the law of death. This is the life or death hall. The old man's voice sounded at the right time. However, even without the old man's reminder, Duan Lingtian had already guessed that the palace in front of him was the Hall of Life and Death. The Hall Master of the Hall of Life and Death is eldest senior sister? Although Duan Lingtian knew that his first senior sister was extremely powerful before he entered the Thousand Chains prison, he didn't expect her to have such a status in the Thousand Chains prison. However, he was not too interested in the life or death hall right now. He looked at the old man and said, "Elder Xie, we still have something to do later. Can you take us to the prison first and see what's going on?" "All right." The old man nodded as he quickened his pace. If Duan Lingtian was only a prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace, the old man would not have obeyed Duan Lingtian so much. The reason he was so respectful to Duan Lingtian was because Duan Lingtian's senior sister was one of the 3 wardens of the Thousand Chains prison. Moreover, she was the youngest and most powerful warden in the Thousand Chains prison. Based on her innate talent and comprehension skills, she'll most likely be a titled celestial emperor by the time she returns. The old man thought to himself. After passing through the life or death hall, Duan Lingtian and Huaner finally arrived at a huge metal building. The metal building was square in shape, and there was only one door at the front. Elder Xie. As soon as Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the entrance, they saw an old man and a young man walking out from behind the door. The two of them smiled and greeted the old man standing next to Duan Lingtian and Huaner. Then, they shifted their gaze to Duan Lingtian and Huaner. "Who are these two?" "These two are the new wardens. He's Duan Lingtian, and she's Huaner, the 3rd disciple of Laying Celestial Emperor." Duan Lingtian, "Huaner, this is Elder Wang. He's one of the elders in the Thousand Chains prison." The old man standing next to Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian, "Huaner, this is Elder Wang. He's an elder in the Thousand Chains prison. As for this person, he's also a prodigy. He's the 2nd disciple of Yuhan's Celestial Emperor, Hu Yi." Duan Lingtian. When they heard that the purple-clad young man before them was Duan Lingtian, no matter if it was Elder Wang or Hu Yi, both of them had a surprised expression on their faces. Naturally, they were familiar with the name Duan Lingtian. 3 years ago, Duan Lingtian had made a life-or-death duel with Han Yunjin, one of the 5 great prodigious disciples. Many people, including them, thought Duan Lingtian had overestimated himself. However, as the wardens and elders of the Thousand Chains prison, they knew Duan Lingtian was not someone they could afford to offend. After all, Duan Lingtian's eldest senior sister was one of the 3 wardens of the Thousand Chains prison. "Duan Lingtian, your life-or-death duel with Han Yunjin should be ending soon, right? Unfortunately, I won't have the chance to watch it. I'll be on duty in the Thousand Chains prison during this time," Hu Yi said with a smile. Hu Yi said with a faint smile on his face. A hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. "However, I advise you not to fight with Han Yunjin in the Prodigy Arena. Even if you don't fight, nobody will laugh at you. After all, you're still young." Hu Yi had a sincere expression on his face when he spoke. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Hu Ye's words. Then, he could not help but laugh. Hu Yi frowned. He did not know what Duan Lingtian was laughing about. Hu Yi. At this moment, the old man standing next to Duan Lingtian said, "Your news is outdated. At noon today, Duan Lingtian fought with Han Yunjin in the Prodigy Arena." What? Hu Ye's eyes widened in shock. He fought with Han Yunjin in the Prodigy Arena? But now, Elder Xie, did the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor intervene? In Hu Ye's opinion, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor Su Lang must have interfered and prevented Han Yunjin from killing Duan Lingtian, because Duan Lingtian managed to survive the battle in the Prodigy Arena. As for Duan Lingtian's victory, he did not even think about it. Han Yunjin is dead. The old man shook his head and said, "Before Han Yunjin died, the profound heaven celestial emperor appeared and asked Duan Lingtian to stop. However, at the critical moment, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Merciless Celestial Emperor asked the Palace Master for help. Since the Palace Master had spoken, the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor did not intervene." Duan Lingtian killed Han Yunjin. The old man said, "Now that the news has spread, you'll be able to hear it from others once you leave this place." It wasn't just Hu Yi. Even the Thousand Chains prison's elder was stunned, unable to return to his senses for quite some time. "Elder Xie, let's go in," Duan Lingtian urged. "All right." The old man took the lead and entered the building. At the same time, he took out the token given to him by the Internal Affairs Hall and led Duan Lingtian and Huaner into the building. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the entrance, he could hear a commotion by his ears. Among the commotion, there were men's voices, women's voices, and beasts' roars. The commotion caused Duan Lingtian's eardrums to tremble. These voices are made by some celestial beasts who are unwilling to be imprisoned. However, these humans and celestial beasts don't have high cultivation bases. The old man's voice rang in the air. A true powerhouse wouldn't make such a commotion in the prison. Soon after, the old man brought Duan Lingtian and Huaner to a flight of stairs. The stairs could go up or down, and those clamorous voices were coming from below. However, it was extremely quiet above the stairs. There's no need to patrol the lower levels of the prison. Naturally, if you want to patrol the lower levels, you can go in and have a look. If anyone dares to make a ruckus during the patrol, the wardens can kill them. They only dare to make a ruckus when there are no wardens around. When there are wardens around, they're as docile as cats. Based on the old man's words, it was clear he was disdainful of the people imprisoned below. There are 3 levels above. They're also important areas. Every warden has to patrol each level for 4 months. After 4 months, they'll be transferred to another level. After another 4 months, they'll be transferred to another level. Now let's go up. The disciples and elders of the Heavenly Pool Palace are imprisoned on the first level. They're imprisoned here because they've committed some crimes. Under the old man's lead, Duan Lingtian and Huaner arrived at the first level above the stairs. This was where the disciples and elders of the Heavenly Pool Palace were imprisoned. Although Duan Lingtian was eager to go to the second level with Huaner to see her parents, Duan Lingtian did not want to waste his time. To avoid arousing the old man's suspicion, Duan Lingtian asked, "Elder Xie, what kind of crimes did one commit to be imprisoned here?" The elders and disciples imprisoned here have either committed the crime of harming and killing their fellow disciples, or have committed the crime of harming the Heavenly Pool Palace's interests. The former isn't a big deal. For example, if you're an elder of the Sword Trial Pavilion, you'll be imprisoned if it's discovered that you've bribed someone to get in through the back door. For example, if you're an elder of the Medicinal Pill Pavilion, you'll be imprisoned if you use your position to sell high-priced pills at a low price to earn bribes. Another example is, after listening to the old man's explanation, Duan Lingtian learned about the reasons why the elders and disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were imprisoned. Moreover, the greater the crime, the longer the time they would be imprisoned. This was similar to the law on Earth. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, all the rules were set by the Heavenly Pool Palace. The second level is where some outsiders are imprisoned. Naturally, they're not titled celestial emperors. The prodigy from the Heavenly Sword Mountain and his wife are imprisoned on this level. The old man continued to lead Duan Lingtian and Huan to the second level. Chapter 33:17. After climbing the stairs to the second floor, Duan Lingtian heard Huaner's voice. Brother Lingtian, I can feel my mother's aura. She's over there. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian looked in the direction Huaner was looking at. He saw a row of cells in the distance, but he could not see the people inside. At this moment, Elder Xie, who had been leading the way for them, began to introduce the prisoners to them. The prisoners were not from the Heavenly Pool Palace, but they had offended the Heavenly Pool Palace for some reason. Therefore, they were imprisoned in the second level of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Soon after, Elder Xie brought Duan Lingtian and Huaner to a cell that was separated by a cell. There was no one in the middle of the three cells. A middle-aged man with white hair was sitting cross-legged in one of the cells. On the other side of the prison, there was a white fox covered in blood lying on the ground. If it wasn't for its weak aura, he would have thought that it was a corpse. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell the white fox was a phantom fox. However, it was unconscious. More than half of the white fox's pure white fur was dyed red. Fresh blood flowed from its body and dyed half of the floor of the prison. It was in red. The strands of blood of different sizes were glaring no matter how one looked at it. Brother Lingtian, she's my mother. She's my mother. Huaner's excited voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears through voice transmission. However, to avoid attracting the attention of the old man, she tried her best to suppress her emotions and did not reveal her emotions. She knew that if she were to reveal any clues, the Thousand Chains prison might not allow her to enter again. At that time, it would be even more difficult for her to save her parents. Based on Huaner's gaze, Duan Lingtian knew the white fox was Huaner's mother, Du Xian. As for the middle-aged man in the other cell, it was clear he was Huaner's biological father, a prodigy from Heavenly Sword Mountain. Brother Lingtian, I sent a voice transmission to my mother, but she didn't respond. She must be seriously injured. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ignored me, Huaner said through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel pity for her when he heard her trembling voice. Huaner, I've used my divine consciousness to check your mother. She's not in any danger. I'll contact the middle-aged man in the other cell. He should be your father. After that, Duan Lingtian turned to look at the middle-aged man and asked through voice transmission, Is the phantom fox opposite you called Du Xian? Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian sent the voice transmission to the middle-aged man, the middle-aged man who was resting with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze that was as sharp as lightning instantly landed on Duan Lingtian. In the eyes of the old man standing next to Duan Lingtian, he thought the middle-aged man had noticed the commotion and opened his eyes to look at them. Who are you? How do you know my wife's name? The middle-aged man asked through voice transmission. Do you know you have a daughter? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. The middle-aged man replied. Who are you? How do you know not only Xianer's name, but we also have a daughter? Your daughter is by my side, Yi Zichen said. Duan Lingtian reminded the middle-aged man through voice transmission. It's best if you don't make it too obvious. If someone discovers her identity, she might be imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the first part of Duan Lingtian's words. However, when he heard the second part of Duan Lingtian's words, he hastily withdrew his gaze from Huan. However, with Duan Lingtian's reminder, he could only steal a few more glances at Huaner. In order not to attract attention, he would occasionally look at the old man standing next to Duan Lingtian. However, when the old man was not paying attention, his gaze softened as he looked at Huan. He's Lian Qiu, the prodigy from the Heavenly Sword Mountain. The old man glanced at the middle-aged man before he said to Duan Lingtian, He's the one who ruined the marriage between the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Heavenly Sword Mountain of the solitary destructive heaven. After that, the Heavenly Sword Mountain personally sent him to the Heavenly Pool Palace and imprisoned him in the Thousand Chains prison. The white fox in front of us is his wife. It was also because of this white fox that he broke off the engagement. Speaking of which, this white fox delivered herself to him. As he spoke, the old man shook his head. When he looked at the unconscious white fox, a hint of pity could be seen in the depths of his eyes. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he held Huan Er's hand and followed the old man. Huan Er's gaze was completely different from before. She stared at the middle-aged man for a long time. Huan Er, she's Xian Er and my daughter. Her eyes are the same as Xian Er's. When Duan Lingtian held Huan Er's hand and left, Lian Xiu closed his eyes and did not look at Huan Er. However, his heart was in turmoil as he thought to himself, her face is similar to Xian Er's as well. Lian Xiu did not know he had a daughter before this. He only learned that his wife, Du Xian, had come to the Heavenly Pool Palace to look for him, and was imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison. It was only then that he learned he had a daughter whom his wife had left behind, in the spirit overarching heaven. When he learned about this, his first reaction was anger. He was angry that his wife had left his daughter behind to look for him. However, when he saw his wife being tortured in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison to find him, he could only feel heartache. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that his daughter would have a good life outside. He had already accepted the fate of himself and his wife. He had even given up all hope, thinking that he would never see his daughter again in this lifetime. But today, two complete strangers had appeared before his eyes. Among them, the handsome young man in purple had communicated with him via voice transmission, and told him that his daughter was by his side. When he first saw the white-clothed woman beside the young man in purple, he didn't even need any proof to know that she was his daughter. She resembled his wife a lot. In fact, there was a hint of him in her features as well. Senior Lian Xiu, Huan Er and I will think of a way to save you and Senior Du Xian. When Duan Lingtian and Huan Er were about to leave Lian Xiu's sight, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Lian Xiu solemnly. Huan Er. When Lian Xiu heard how Duan Lingtian addressed his daughter, he was certain she was his and Du Xian's daughter. There was no doubt about it. Although they looked alike, it was impossible for their names to be coincidental. Save us. However, after a while, Lian Xiu regained his senses, and his expression changed completely. His daughter, and the purple-clad young man standing next to her seemed to be his son-in-law. How could they be saved? I hope these two silly children won't act rashly. It's not easy to escape from the Thousand Chains prison. If it's that easy, the titled celestial emperors on the third floor would have escaped long ago. Lian Xiu prayed inwardly. Although he wanted to bring his wife Du Xian away from this place, if his daughter and the young man who was suspected to be their son-in-law had to risk their lives, they would rather stay here. Xian Er, I believe you have the same thoughts as well. Taking a deep breath, Lian Xiu suppressed the violent trembling of his body. He could not bear to look at the giant white fox covered in blood in the other cell. This was his wife Du Xian. However, Du Xian was often tortured and severely injured, so she could only return to her original form to recuperate. On the other side, after leaving the second floor with the old man, Duan Lingtian held Huan Er's hand tightly as he asked the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. Sister Water, do you have any ideas? Duan Lingtian had told the world-cleansing divine water about his purpose in coming to the Thousand Chains prison. He had also asked the world-cleansing divine water to check if there were any loopholes in the prison. If there was a loophole, he could use it to save Huan Er's parents. It's difficult. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian's heart sank. Difficult? Since the world-cleansing divine water had said so, it meant it was indeed difficult. Senior, can I lend all of you to Huan Er's father Lian Xiu? With your help, he'll be able to display strength surpassing ordinary titled celestial emperors, and escape from the Thousand Chains prison? Duan Lingtian voiced his thoughts. Although he knew it would be dangerous for him to expose the 5 divine elements, he did not hesitate to save Huan Er's parents. After all, he did not think Huan Er's father would betray him. Naturally, if Huan Er's father managed to escape with the help of the 5 divine elements, he would become the target of everyone in the Devata realms. After all, even heavenly emperors would be tempted by the 5 divine elements. However, he had to make sure this method worked first. After all, He was prepared to lend the 5 divine elements to the Thousand Chains prison. No. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the world-cleansing divine water rejected his idea. It's not as simple as you think. Only our host is capable of drawing out the full power of the 5 divine elements. Do you think that just because you're able to tap into our power, others can do the same as well? That's not the case. Yes. Chapter 33:18. You can lend the 5 divine elements to someone else, but that person won't be able to unleash even 1% of the 5 divine elements' power. Only the host will be able to unleash the full power of the 5 divine elements. Unless the host dies and the divine elements change to a new host, acknowledge the identity of the new host, and reach some sort of agreement with the new host's soul, then the new host will be able to fully utilize the power of the divine elements. If your idea really works, doesn't that mean that after a person becomes a Paragon Realm expert, with the help of the 5 divine elements, he'll be able to lend the 5 divine elements to others, and become a Paragon Realm expert as well? That's not realistic. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian realized his method was useless. He began to feel anxious again. Sister Water, do you have any ideas? I do have an idea. However, it's too dangerous for you. The world-cleansing divine water replied. What is it? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he asked anxiously. In his opinion, as long as there was a way, it was fine even if he had to put himself in danger. As the saying went, fortune comes from danger. Duan Lingtian had traveled from the mundane realm to the Devata realm. Naturally, he knew this. Release the titled celestial emperors on the 3rd floor of the prison. If possible, release all of them. The world-cleansing divine water said bluntly. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. Then he smiled wryly and said, Sister Water, your suggestion is a little too cruel. However, will they be able to escape if they're released? The Thousand Chains prison is no longer what it used to be. Elder Xie has already said so. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, the only things that are more complicated in the Thousand Chains prison are the formations in the prison and the square in front of the Internal Affairs Pavilion. However, I have a way to deal with these 2 formations. You can deliberately leak the method to them. The world-cleansing divine water said. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. The world-cleansing divine water knew how to break the formations in the prison and the square, so the titled celestial emperors would not have to worry about them. Up until now, there are 6 titled celestial emperors imprisoned on this floor. After leaving the 2nd floor, the old man brought Duan Lingtian and Huan to the 3rd floor. The cells on this floor were unique. Each of the cells seemed to be a cultivation ground. There were 6 rooms in each cell, and nothing seemed to be holding them down. There was a person sitting cross-legged in front of each of the 4 rooms. There was an old man with disheveled gray hair, a bald man, a skinny old woman, and a young man with a cold temperament. At the same time Duan Lingtian's group of 3 appeared. The bald man glanced indifferently at the 3 of them, before he closed his eyes again. He didn't look at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 anymore. This bald man is known as the Scoured Cloud Celestial Emperor. He killed 2 elders of the Heavenly Pool Palace in the past. Since the palace master couldn't kill him, he was captured and imprisoned here. At this moment, the old man's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. All of the 6 titled celestial emperors, including him, have comprehended the law of Earth. Moreover, all of them are skilled in defense. Even if they're skilled in defense and not offense, as titled celestial emperors, their offensive prowess is still on par with titled celestial emperors, even if their offensive prowess is inferior to their defensive prowess. As you can see, this place doesn't look like a prison at all. That's because ordinary prison restraints are useless against them. Right now, they're trapped and enveloped by the formation. Even if they try their best, they won't be able to escape. After listening to the old man's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood why the 3rd floor did not look like a prison. Instead, it looked more like a place for cultivation. On the second level, people like Lin Xiao, the prodigy of Heavenly Sword Mountain, whose strength is close to that of a titled celestial emperor, are bound by the prison and the formation. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the prison to trap them. The old man continued to explain. Duan Lingtian nodded. The old man continued to introduce the other 5 titled celestial emperors to Duan Lingtian. These titled celestial emperors had either killed a prodigy from the Heavenly Pool Palace or angered the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although the Heavenly Pool Palace's powerhouses could suppress them, they could not kill them. Under such circumstances, the Heavenly Pool Palace had no choice but to capture them and imprison them in the Thousand Chains prison. There are some old antiques among these titled celestial emperors. However, not only is it difficult to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy here, but it's also difficult for them to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth here. Moreover, they can't calm down at all. Duan Lingtian had tried to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth on the second floor, but he did not notice this problem. However, when Duan Lingtian tried to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth on the third floor, he discovered this problem again. It was obvious this problem only existed on the third floor. Elder Xie, the heaven and earth spirit energy here is almost non-existent. Moreover, when I tried to comprehend the profundities of heaven and earth, I was also affected by an unknown force. Is there a formation on this floor that specifically targets this problem? Although Duan Lingtian had his suspicions, he still asked the old man. That's right. The old man's reply confirmed Duan Lingtian's speculation. There's a special formation here that restricts the strength of the titled celestial emperors. There's no lack of talented titled celestial emperors here. If they're not restricted, it's only a matter of time before they wreak havoc in the Thousand Chains prison. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. The old man continued to say, the formation on the third floor is very strong. It's impossible for them to escape. For this reason, you'll be patrolling the third floor for 4 months. You can find a place to sit cross-legged and cultivate, since you don't have to do anything. Once the time is up, you'll be able to leave this place. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Let's leave now. After taking Duan Lingtian and Huaner around the prison, the old man led them out of the prison. When they arrived at the second floor, Huaner's emotions were still fluctuating. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to comfort Huan, as he asked the world-cleansing divine water. Sister Water, can I bring my parents out of this place by letting them enter my little world? Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before he added, the little world in my body is different from ordinary people's. Is there a way to bypass the formation and bring them out under your guidance, Sister Shui? If it's that simple, I wouldn't have suggested that you release all the titled celestial emperors on the third floor. The world-cleansing divine water replied to Duan Lingtian's question. Although your little world is different from ordinary people's, the Thousand Chains prison isn't as simple as it seems. Moreover, the Thousand Chains prison has preserved the aura of the prisoners' souls. Even if they enter your little world, they'll still be discovered. For now, the only way out is to release all the titled celestial emperors. However, even if you do that, it'll still be dangerous. After all, it won't take long for the Heavenly Pool Palace to track you down. At that time, you'll become an enemy of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, you've said that the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace has a close relationship with the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Even if you manage to escape, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven will mobilize his forces to help the Heavenly Pool Palace find you. The world-cleansing divine water analyzed the pros and cons of the situation and voiced out her concerns. Duan Lingtian listened patiently to the world-cleansing divine water's words. He did not relay the message to Huaner. However, when she returned to Duan Lingtian's cultivation place, she could no longer hold back her tears. Tears streamed down her cheeks like rain. Her beautiful face was revealed after she removed her veil, revealing a pained expression that would make one's heart ache. Brother Lingtian, my mother has suffered a lot. I'm useless. I'm really useless. I couldn't save her. Huaner cried bitterly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was beginning to regret bringing Huaner to the Thousand Chains prison. If he had gone alone, he would have been able to hide the truth from Huaner for a while. Even then, he was still as eager to save Huaner's parents as he was now. Huaner, I have a way to save your parents. A hint of determination flashed in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes as he looked at Huaner. So what if he was being hunted by the Heavenly Pool Palace? So what if he was being hunted by the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven? After all, he was not from the Boundless Heaven. He had only entered the Heavenly Pool Palace to save Huaner's parents. Brother Lingtian, are you telling the truth? Huana stopped crying when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She stared at Duan Lingtian intently. She had always trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally, and that was still the case even now. However, since this concerned her parents, she could not help but ask for confirmation. Huaner, Brother Lingtian hasn't lied to you before, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. Brother Lingtian, I want to know if you have a way to rescue my parents. If there's any danger, I'd rather wait a few more years until we're strong enough to rescue them. Then she said solemnly, Brother Lingtian, I want to know if you have a way to rescue my parents. If there's any danger, I'd rather wait a few years until we're strong enough to rescue them. After her trip to the Thousand Chains prison, Huaner knew how difficult it would be to save her parents. Even if she believed in her big brother Lingtian now, she still felt that it was too unrealistic. Moreover, she felt that there might be an extremely great risk behind her big brother Lingtian saving her parents. Silly girl, what are you thinking about? Duan Lingtian patted Huaner's head and said with a smile, Brother Lingtian, I won't do anything I'm not confident in. Don't worry. Chapter 33:19. Needless to say, Hong Fei was very efficient. A few days after Duan Lingtian and Huana returned from the Thousand Chains prison, Hong Fei returned with 3 rare celestial fruits that could assist celestial lords in their cultivation. Little junior brother, work hard in your cultivation. When first senior sister returns, we'll rely on you to make a name for ourselves in front of first senior sister. Hong Fei said to Duan Lingtian with a smile before he left after delivering the celestial fruits to Duan Lingtian. His small eyes were almost covered by the fat on his face. Thank you, sixth senior brother. Duan Lingtian was truly grateful for Hong Fei's efficiency. At the same time, he could not help but sigh inwardly. He knew if he used that method to rescue Huaner's parents, he would have to oppose his sixth senior brother, his senior brothers, senior sisters, and his master. The only people he cared about in the Heavenly Pool Palace were Su Lang and his disciples. If he had a choice, he did not want to go against the Heavenly Pool Palace, his teacher, and his senior brothers and sisters. However, he had no choice. There were some things he had no choice in. Huaner, brother Lingtian won't let you down. Duan Lingtian thought to himself after Hong Fei left. I'll be on duty in the Thousand Chains prison in 11 months. This was also Duan Lingtian's plan. After sending Hong Fei off, Duan Lingtian consumed a celestial fruit and focused on his cultivation. Half a year later, Huaner, come with me to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Lingtian called out to Huan before he led her out of Su Lang's cultivation place. They left the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate and headed south before they came to a stop above a vast bamboo forest. Brother Lingtian, why did you bring me here? Huaner looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. She did not know why Duan Lingtian had brought her here. He did not even tell her beforehand. Huaner, didn't you tell brother Lingtian that you wanted to visit the place where he grew up? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. Yes. Huaner nodded. Brother Lingtian wants to bring you back to the mundane realm. Duan Lingtian said. Sure. Huaner agreed. Duan Lingtian thought Lingtian wanted to bring her out to relax. At this moment, Duan Lingtian said, Celestial origin energy. Duan Lingtian said, Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy landed on the bamboo forest, it seemed to come to life. A gentle energy surged out of the bamboo forest before it transformed into a beam of light that shot toward Duan Lingtian and Huaner. When the beam of light disappeared, Duan Lingtian and Huaner were nowhere to be seen. Following the disappearance of the two figures, the bamboo forest where they had been standing was also reduced to ashes, as if it had never existed in the first place. It was clear the bamboo forest was a transportation formation. Duan Lingtian had asked Hong Fei to help him set up this transportation formation. It was a transportation formation that could transport one from a Devata realm to a mundane realm. Duan Lingtian's destination was the Saint Province realm, where his soul had transmigrated to. Swoosh, swoosh. When Duan Lingtian and Huaner's vision dimmed, they found themselves in the sky above a vast sea. At the same time, they could feel the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was extremely thin. It was unbearable. However, after getting used to it, the feeling gradually faded away. So this is the mundane karma? At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the surrounding heaven and earth spirit energy seemed to be mixed with some unknown energy. It was like thousands and thousands of strands that wanted to enter his body, but he easily blocked it. This was Duan Lingtian's first time returning to the mundane realm, since he had ascended to a Devata realm. Huaner, don't let that strange energy enter your body. Duan Lingtian reminded Huaner. That energy must be the mundane karma. It's said that celestials with a low cultivation base can't stop the mundane karma from entering their body. Once the mundane karma enters their body, it will affect their cultivation base. Some celestials will stagnate, or even have their cultivation base regress. Alright. Huaner nodded. To her, these worldly karmic hindrances were nothing. She could easily expel them from her body. Huaner, let me take you to the place where I grew up. Duan Lingtian held Huaner's hand and brought her to his hometown, Fresh Breeze Town, in a corner of the mundane realm. It did not take long for them to arrive at the town where he grew up. When they arrived at the town, Duan Lingtian discovered many parts of the town had been renovated. However, he was not surprised. After all, it had been more than 200 years since he had ascended to a Devata realm. After 200 years, it was normal for Fresh Breeze Town to become like this. Huaner, this is where I grew up. Duan Lingtian introduced the town to Huaner. There used to be a granny who sold candied haws. There was an old man who often tricked young children into buying his candies. Now that more than 200 years have passed, they've turned into a pile of dirt. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. Now, not only the street vendors in his memory, even his friends in the past had turned into a pile of yellow soil. The Li family. Duan Lingtian led Huaner to the entrance of the Li family's mansion. Compared to before, the Li family's mansion was much bigger and occupied a lot more land. Duan Lingtian and Huaner had used a concealment formation to conceal themselves when they walked on the streets and appeared at the entrance of the Li family's mansion. Therefore, the people in the town could not see them at all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huaner entered the Li family's mansion. As soon as they entered the Li family's mansion, Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw the statue in front of him. Huaner exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Lingtian, this statue looks a lot like you." This is what I looked like in the past." Duan Lingtian did not know whether to laugh or cry when he looked at the statue in front of him. This was because it was a lifelike statue of him in the past. Beside the statue was a stone tablet. On the tablet was his name and his achievements after leaving Qingshan town. Of course, these achievements were only known to the members of the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town. However, there were no records of his achievements, since they were not known to the people of the Li family or the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Do you see it? This statue is of a famous person from the Li family. He's a disciple with a different surname. It's said that when he was young, he had the strength to rule over the 10 great dynasties. While Duan Lingtian and Huaner were looking at the statue, a young man brought a 5 or 6-year-old girl to Duan Lingtian's statue. He pointed at Duan Lingtian's statue and said to the little girl, "His mother, Li Ro, used to be the 9th elder of the Li family. Rule over the 10 great dynasties?" The little girl's face was filled with astonishment. "Fourth brother, that dynasty seems to be a region above the empire, right? An empire is above an imperial kingdom, and an imperial kingdom is above a kingdom. Fresh Breeze Town is only a small town in the Crimson Sky Kingdom." The little girl said, "It's precisely because of this that our Li family is proud to have produced such a person. The reason why the main Li family of Aurora City cares so much for our Fresh Breeze Town branch can be traced back to over 200 years ago, when this senior was young. Our Li family of Fresh Breeze Town was blessed by him, so we specially made this statue for him for future generations to admire. In the history of our Li family of Fresh Breeze Town, not to mention a disciple with a different surname, even a disciple with the surname Li has never received such treatment." The young man continued to explain, "Fourth brother, tell me about this senior's deeds." The little girl's eyes shone brightly. "All right." At the same time, the young man began to describe the various things that Duan Lingtian had done in Fresh Breeze Town, the deeds of the Li clan's main clan in Aurora City, and the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. There were some things that Duan Lingtian had almost forgotten. As soon as the young man spoke, he could not help but recall 200 years ago when he was still in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. "Brother Lingtian, these 2 children really admire you." Huaner smiled. "I didn't expect more than 200 years to pass in just a blink of an eye. The people I knew have long turned into dust. There are no exceptions." Duan Lingtian sighed. Then, he turned around and left the Li family's mansion with Huaner. They continued to walk on the main street of Fresh Breeze Town. However, when he reached a certain part of the street, he suddenly stopped. His gaze also fell on a corner of the street in an instant, and he was completely stunned on the spot. "Brother Lingtian, are you thinking about the past?" When Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses inside, Huaner could not help but ask, What's the matter with you? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked at the corner of the street with a nostalgic expression on his face. Back then my wife Kerr and I met here. At that time, as Duan Lingtian spoke, his memories seemed to return to the past. He remembered the young woman who sold her body to bury her mother, and later became his wife. Now the young woman had grown up, and her identity had changed twice. She was currently in the divine offering land, one of the realms of gods. She was waiting for him to rescue her after 700 years. Moreover, his family and friends had been brought to the divine offering land by Yun Qin Yen, whom he wished he could kill. Chapter 33:20. The scene of him meeting Kerr was still fresh in his mind, as though it had happened yesterday. That delicate and pitiful young girl of the past had now grown up, and had even given birth to a cute daughter for him. In just a blink of an eye, more than 200 years had passed. As for him, he and his wife, Ko-er, had been separated for nearly 200 years. Apart from his wife, Kerr, and his daughter, Duan Si-ling, had not been seen for almost 200 years. Kerr Si-ling, I'll look for you when the passage between the divine offering land and the Devata realms is opened. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes shone with determination. Brother Lingtian. Huaner could sense Duan Lingtian's unusual mood. She hugged Duan Lingtian's shoulder tightly and comforted him. I'm sure Sister Kerr and the others will be fine. Huaner knew Duan Lingtian very well, so it was not difficult for her to guess what was on his mind. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he forced a smile on his face and said, Huaner, let's walk around Fresh Breeze Town for a while before we head to Aurora City. Aurora City is the first place I visited after leaving Fresh Breeze Town. Aurora City was the main city of the Li family. The Li family in Fresh Breeze Town was only a branch of the main Li family. All right, Huaner replied obediently. However, a hint of worry could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Earlier, when she saw Ling Tian thinking about his wife and family, she could not help but think about her parents who were imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Thousand Chains prison. However, the worry in her eyes disappeared in just a blink of an eye. She did not want Duan Lingtian to see it. However, even then, Duan Lingtian still saw it. Naturally, he knew Huaner was trying to hide it, so he did not point it out. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind on how to save Huaner's parents. Bringing Huaner back to the Saint Province realm was one of the steps he had planned to take. Swoosh! Swoosh! After walking around Fresh Breeze Town, Duan Lingtian brought Huaner to Aurora City. Compared to 200 years ago, Aurora City had changed a lot. It had changed even more than Fresh Breeze Town. Not only had it doubled in size, many places had already been rebuilt. Moreover, at the center of Aurora City's city center, in the middle of the vast plaza, Duan Lingtian once again saw his own statue. Brother Lingtian, it seems like you're respected in your hometown. Huaner, I also did not expect that they would use such a method to present me before the eyes of future generations. If it was said that Duan Lingtian didn't have many friends in Fresh Breeze Town, then he had many friends in Aurora City. However, those friends, besides a few people, had probably already turned into a pile of dirt. Huaner, I met my wife Li Fei in Aurora City. Duan Lingtian felt a stab of pain in his heart when he mentioned Li Fei. Li Fei was also in the divine offering land, waiting for him to save her. Apart from Li Fei, there was also Li Fei's son, Duan Yintian. Back then, as Duan Lingtian stood in front of the main entrance of the Li family's mansion, he recalled the time when he first met Li Fei. Huaner, let's go to the next stop. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian brought Huaner out of the Li family's mansion. However, instead of going to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, they first went to Iron Blood City. Iron Blood City was where the Iron Blood Army's genius camp was located. Duan Lingtian originally thought that after 200 years, only the Iron Blood Army would still be around, and the genius camp might not necessarily still be around. But what he never imagined was that not only was the Iron Blood Army still around, even the genius camp was still around. Moreover, it seemed like the genius camp was valued even more. Little did Duan Lingtian know the Iron Blood Army's genius camp was valued because of him. Due to that, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family had greatly supported the Iron Blood Army's genius camp. Over the past 200 years, the Iron Blood Army's genius camp had produced many outstanding talents. Naturally, none of them could compare to Duan Lingtian. The Iron Blood Army's genius camp is where I first met Su Li. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, It's Su Li from the Jade Emperor Heaven's Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. You've met him before. Brother Lingtian, although you said you knew him, I didn't expect you to know him at such a young age. It's no wonder the relationship between the two of you is different from ordinary friends. Huan exclaimed in surprise. Huan this is the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. That's where Paladin Academy is located. Su Li and I used to be students there. As for me, it is here that I truly consider Su Li as my friend. Duan Lingtian told Huan about how Su Li had willingly left Paladin Academy to avoid helping the Su clan to harm him. Through this, Huan understood why Duan Lingtian treated Su Li as his best friend. That's the Duan clan's estate. My father, Duan Rufeng, is a member of the Duan clan. After leaving the Paladin Academy, Duan Lingtian brought Huan to the Duan clan's estate. Whether it was the Li family or the Duan family, after 200 years, not only were they still around, but they were even stronger than before. As for the other clans of the past, they were no longer in existence. Of course, even if the old clans disappeared, new clans would rise. After leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, Duan Lingtian and Huan left the Crimson Sky Kingdom for the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Their first stop was the 7-Star Sword sect that he had joined after leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He had many memories of the 7-Star Sword sect. For a month, Duan Lingtian and Huan traveled around his hometown in the Saint Province realm. They traveled to places he had been to in the past, allowing him to reminisce about many things that had happened in the past. Huan A month later, Duan Lingtian looked at Huan solemnly and said, Do you know why I brought you to my hometown and introduced it to you? Huan shook her head. Huan although Brother Lingtian has intentionally suppressed his feelings, I have to admit that there are some emotions that can't be suppressed. In fact, the more I suppress my feelings, the more it'll backfire. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he continued to say, All this while, due to my wives Ker Fei and Tian Wu being taken to the Divine Offering Land, I'm not in the mood to fall in love with anyone. However, even if they're by my side, I still have no intention of womanizing. To me, being able to have them is already the greatest blessing the heavens have given me. I can't let anyone else share their man-me. That was until you appeared. I have to admit that any man would be moved by your peerless beauty. However, I've endured too much. Even if I'm moved by you, I can't help but keep it to myself. So much so that I once thought that I only saw you as a younger sister. Not long ago, when we returned to the Heavenly Pool Palace from the Tidal Temple, I heard that Lei Jun, the son of Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, had feelings for you. Only then did I realize that you are equally important to me. Silly girl, why are you crying? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally mustered up his courage to look at Huan. He saw tears streaming down Huan's cheeks. His heart ached for her, and he quickly reached out to wipe her tears. All right. Huan, be a good girl. Don't cry, okay? Duan Lingtian comforted Huan for a while before she threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. It was as though she would never let go of him for the rest of her life. Brother Lingtian, did you know? I've been waiting for this moment for a very, very long time. Huan forced a smile. Huan is crying because Huan is happy. Truly, Huan is very happy. Truly, Huan is very happy. Huan was so emotional that she did not know what to say. In this manner, Duan Lingtian hugged Huan for a day and a night. Huan hugged him tightly the entire time. Huan. A day later, Duan Lingtian finally spoke. I also want to tell you that I've always treated your parents as my parents. I'll definitely save them. All right. Huan did not react to this at all. Brother Lingtian, I hope you can stay in the Saint Province realm and wait for Brother Lingtian to pick you up. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Huaner finally realized something was amiss. Her expression changed drastically as she cried out, "No, Brother Lingtian, I want to go with you to save my parents. I won't let you risk your life alone." Huaner finally understood why Brother Lingtian wanted to bring her back to his hometown. As it turned out, he wanted to save her parents on his own. "Huaner, I've made up my mind," Duan Lingtian said solemnly. "So, just listen to Brother Lingtian like before." However, how could Huaner be so easily persuaded? "Huaner, don't worry. Since Brother Lingtian dares to go alone, he must be confident. I promise you, Brother Lingtian, I'll only make my move when I'm fully prepared. Huaner, I told you about the Fog Rain progeny from the Seven Absolutes sect a few days ago. Senior Feng Qingyang, who left me his legacy, is now the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. I plan to seek his help in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. With his help, wouldn't it be easy to save your parents?" Although Duan Lingtian planned to visit the Solitary Destructive Heaven to see if Senior Feng Qingyang, who was now the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, was willing to help, he was not confident. However, in order to comfort Huaner, he had to act confident. The Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Huaner was stunned for a moment before she said, "If that's the case, Brother Lingtian, why do you want me to stay in the mundane realm? I can go with you to look for Senior Feng Qingyang." Duan Lingtian grew impatient and said in a low voice, "Huaner, if you don't listen to me today, I won't ever see you again after I rescue your parents." Huaner's expression changed when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. This was the final trump card Duan Lingtian had prepared. Since it was too hurtful, he had kept it as a last resort. He would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. However, he had no choice but to use it against Huaner, who was stubborn. Chapter 33-21. I hope everything goes well. After leaving Huaner in the Saint Province realm, Duan Lingtian returned to the boundless heaven. However, he did not return to the Heavenly Pool Palace immediately. Instead, he found a transportation formation in the Devata realm and teleported to the Solitary Destructive Heaven. To be more precise, he teleported to the Solitary Destructive Territory in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. This was the central territory of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, where the Heavenly Palace was located. Duan Lingtian had come to the Solitary Destructive Heaven to look for Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Although Senior Feng Qingyang left behind his legacy in the mundane realm, and I obtained it, he's currently the Heavenly Emperor of the Heaven Realm. After he ascended to the Devata realm, he must have left behind some legacies for others. Perhaps, in his eyes, I'm just an insignificant successor. Most importantly, I'm the reason he was chased into the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. I wonder if he'll hold a grudge against me for that. Duan Lingtian's mood was heavy when he arrived at the Solitary Destructive Territory in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. If it were not for the fact that saving Huaner's parents was too dangerous, he would not have come to look for Senior Feng Qingyang. He had come to the Solitary Destructive Heaven to try his luck and see if Senior Feng Qingyang was willing to help. If Senior Feng Qingyang was willing to help, he might be able to save Huaner's parents. With Senior Feng Qingyang's current strength, even the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven would have to show him respect, let alone the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. For the sake of Huaner and myself, I'll thicken my face and meet Senior Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as he made up his mind to inquire about the location of the Heavenly Palace. If it were not for the danger, he would not have gone to the Heavenly Palace to look for Senior Feng Qingyang. The Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was the Heavenly Emperor's faction in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Therefore, not many people in the Solitary Destructive Territory knew about it. Furthermore, those who knew about it either had some strength or an extraordinary background. Right. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to ask someone about the location of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, he suddenly remembered someone. How could I forget about him? At this time, Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of someone. That person was her father's junior brother, Meng Haoxian, a disciple of immortal Emperor Hidden Sword of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Back when he and Meng Haoxuan had parted ways, they had exchanged soul pearls. Duan Lingtian? Meng Haoxuan was a bit surprised to receive a message from Duan Lingtian. However, he immediately set aside his duties and went to look for Duan Lingtian. 3 days later, the two of them met up. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to come to the solitary destructive heaven so soon. What brings you to the solitary destructive heaven? Meng Haoxuan was very enthusiastic about Duan Lingtian. He admired this prodigious disciple from the heavenly pool palace from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, to a certain extent, it was all thanks to Duan Lingtian that he was able to leave the trial in the tidal temple alive. I want to go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. Do you know where the heavenly palace is? Yes. Meng Haoxuan nodded. Then he asked curiously, why do you want to go to the heavenly palace? Not just anyone can enter the celestial emperor palace. I want to look for the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian did not conceal anything and went straight to the point. You want to look for the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Meng Haoxuan was taken aback. Was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven not Reverend Feng Qingyang? Why was Duan Lingtian looking for him? Duan Lingtian, it's not easy to meet the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Meng Haoxuan said. Meng Haoxuan shook his head and said, why do you want to meet him? I want him to help me save 2 people. Duan Lingtian said, you know one of them. He's your first senior brother, Lian Qiu. First senior brother? Initially, Meng Haoxuan thought Duan Lingtian was naive when he heard Duan Lingtian wanted the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to save 2 people. After all, how could the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven help a disciple of the heavenly pool palace? No matter how talented a disciple of the heavenly pool palace was, as long as he chose to leave the heavenly pool palace and join the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he would be looked down upon. If such a person could betray the heavenly pool palace today, would he not betray the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven tomorrow? For this reason, Meng Haoxuan did not think Duan Lingtian would succeed. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian said one of the 2 people he wanted the heavenly emperor to save was his first senior brother, Lian Qiu, he was stunned. Duan Lingtian, what do you mean by that? You want to save my first senior brother? Meng Haoxuan was confused. It was only when Duan Lingtian explained the situation that Meng Haoxuan finally understood. I see. I didn't expect you'd be so daring as to be with your first senior brother's daughter. You came to the solitary destructive heaven to save your first senior brother and eldest sister-in-law. Meng Haoxuan could not help but sigh when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect that a prodigious disciple from the heavenly pool palace, whom he had met in the tidal temple, would be related to his first senior brother. In fact, to a certain extent, Duan Lingtian could be considered his first senior brother's son-in-law. Duan Lingtian, I understand how you feel. However, it's not easy to get the heavenly emperor to help you. If you're a sectless cultivator and choose to join the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the heavenly emperor might help you. Meng Haoxuan smiled bitterly. However, you're already a disciple of the heavenly pool palace. No matter how high your innate talent and comprehension skills are, it's impossible for the heavenly emperor to care about you. No one likes a traitor. Meng Haoxuan shook his head. Do you think I'm planning to leave the heavenly pool palace and join the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Duan Lingtian did not expect Meng Haoxuan to think this way. Isn't that the case? Meng Haoxuan was taken aback. In his opinion, apart from this, there was no other way Duan Lingtian could persuade the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to help him. Of course not. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I joined the heavenly pool palace to save Huaner's parents. However, after joining the heavenly pool palace, I was taken care of by the verdant prairie celestial emperor Su Lang. It's because of Su Lang and my senior brothers and sisters that I won't easily betray the heavenly pool palace. Duan Lingtian, apart from that, I can't think of any other way you can persuade the heavenly emperor to help you. Meng Haoshuan shook his head and said, unless you know the heavenly emperor, or perhaps your senior is friends with the heavenly emperor, and the heavenly emperor is willing to help you out of respect for your senior. Although with the current strength of that Lord Sky Emperor, that matter to him is just a matter of a single sentence. But even if it's just a matter of a single sentence, he can't help just anyone. After Meng Haoshuan finished speaking, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian again. I came from the same mundane realm as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I obtained his legacy in that mundane realm and became his disciple without him knowing about it. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Duan Lingtian said, I see. Meng Haoxian finally understood Duan Lingtian's words. However, he still did not have high hopes for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I think it's best if you don't get your hopes up. If Lord Heavenly Emperor values you as his successor, he would have brought you to the Devata realm before you even ascended. Has he contacted you yet? Meng Haoshuan asked. That's right. Duan Lingtian shook his head. It's obvious that the Heavenly Emperor doesn't know about you, and he might not even care about you. Meng Haoshuan smiled wryly. I have a feeling that Senior Feng Qingyang still values our sect in the mundane realm. Didn't you say many people call him the Misty Rain Recluse? Duan Lingtian said with a hint of hope in his eyes. When I was in the mundane realm, I was also the successor of the Misty Rain progeny. Perhaps he's just reminiscing about the past. Meng Haoshuan was not optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. No matter what, I still want to give it a try. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with determination. Since you insist, I'll bring you there myself. The heavenly palace in the solitary destructive heaven is not easy to find. It's difficult to find it even if you know where it is. Meng Haoshuan said. As soon as Meng Haoxian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian followed him in a certain direction. Duan Lingtian, is my eldest senior brother doing well? Meng Haoshuan asked. He had heard from Duan Lingtian that he had met his eldest senior brother in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison. He's doing well. Moreover, his strength has improved a lot. He's already close to becoming a titled celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian replied. Meng Haoshuan's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Teacher will be very happy if he learns about eldest senior brother's achievements. Unfortunately, eldest senior brother is imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace. Who knows when the Heavenly Pool Palace will release him? Under normal circumstances, the Heavenly Pool Palace won't release him. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly. If the Heavenly Pool Palace intended to release Lian Xiao, they would not torture Duan Xian and torture Lian Xiao. Based on this, it was not difficult to see how much Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian hated Lian Xiao. Chapter 33-22. As the Heavenly Emperor's faction in the solitary destructive heaven, the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the solitary destructive heaven was located high in the sky above a barren land. Those who had never been to the Heavenly Emperor Palace would not be able to find it. However, as a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven, Meng Haoxian had never been to the Heavenly Palace before. There are many people like me, standing in front of the Celestial Emperor Palace, watching from afar. We all feel the same, like we're on a pilgrimage. It's as though we're a pilgrim, Meng Haoxian said to Duan Lingtian, as they approached the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In the eyes of most sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven, the heavenly palace was like a holy land. This was because the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was a powerful sword celestial. Yes. Upon hearing Meng Haoxian's words, Duan Lingtian nodded. Previously, when he was in the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Pool Palace, he had learned about Feng Qingyang. He knew Feng Qingyang was not only the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, but he was also worshipped by many sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven. Normally speaking, only the gods could make people believe in them. Feng Qingyang was one of the few people in the Devata realms who had the faith of half of the people in the Devata realms before he became a god. There were many people in the Devata realms, and there were only a few heavenly emperors in the Devata realms who were worshipped by half of the people in the Devata realms. Feng Qingyang was one of them. Duan Lingtian, before we arrive at the heavenly palace, I have to remind you that you won't be able to enter the heavenly palace. At most, you'll only be able to pass a message to the heavenly palace. Before they arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Meng Haoxian said solemnly to Duan Lingtian, "You're related to the heavenly emperor." However, those connections are only established in the mundane realms. Although the mundane realms are the foundation of a person's cultivation, in the eyes of the celestial emperor, the things that happened in the mundane realms are so distant that it feels like a lifetime ago. Moreover, based on what you said, you only obtain the mundane legacy left behind by the heavenly emperor in the mundane realms. Secular inheritances are nothing at all. Along the way, Meng Haoxian had learned from Duan Lingtian that he was related to the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Because of this, he did not have high hopes. However, Duan Lingtian insisted on trying, so he let Duan Lingtian do as he pleased. "Don't worry, I know what to do." Duan Lingtian could guess what Meng Haoxian was worried about, and knew that Meng Haoxian had good intentions. He smiled in response. Of course, there was still a hint of apprehension in the depths of his eyes from time to time. He had come to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in hopes that Senior Feng Qingyang would be willing to help him. However, he was also prepared for the worst. If he couldn't get Feng Qingyang's help, then he could only rely on himself to save her parents. Of course, before that, he would still make some preparations. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is right in front of us. When Meng Haoxian's voice resonated in the air, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. At the same time, he looked in the direction Meng Haoxian was looking at. With just a glance, he saw an island hovering in the sky in the distance that looked like an inverted sword. Around this floating island that was like an inverted sword, there were other floating islands that surrounded it like stars in the sky. It's said that the heavenly emperor's cultivation place is one of the floating islands around the main island. Meng Haoxian looked at the floating island with a fervent expression on his face. Although he had been here a few times, he still felt as though he was on a pilgrimage. At this moment, there were a few other people who were standing in the vicinity of the solitary destructive heaven's palace. These people were also looking at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven from afar. This aura, it's familiar. Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Meng Haoxian, looked at the floating island that resembled an inverted sword. He could vaguely sense the sword qi that was flying toward him, and this sword qi gave him a familiar aura. He carefully recalled for a while, and finally remembered why he felt that the sword qi was familiar. The sword qi's aura is very similar to the sovereign heart sword that Senior Feng Qingyang passed down to me. However, the sword qi's aura is much purer and sharper. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with a hint of excitement. "Let's go to the entrance." Meng Haoxian beckoned to Duan Lingtian before he led Duan Lingtian to the entrance of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In the past, Meng Haoxian had only observed the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven from afar. This was his first time approaching the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoxian entered the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, several figures appeared in front of them and blocked their path. This is the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The people who blocked Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoxian's path were heavenly guards from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Based on their powerful auras, all of them were celestial emperors. As expected of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, even the heavenly guards are heavenly emperors. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Before coming here, he had learned from Meng Haoshuan that the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven only recruited heavenly guards. Apart from the titled celestial emperors and their disciples, there were no ordinary disciples in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The heavenly guards were the solitary destructive heaven's guards. These heavenly guards joined the heavenly palace of their own free will. As long as they passed the test, they would become a member of the heavenly palace. Once they became a member of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, they would have to serve the heavenly palace for at least 1,000 years. Those who were in trouble and wanted to seek refuge in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven would have to sign a contract that would last for at least 10,000 years. After all, they might be killed by their enemies outside the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, once they joined the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, they would be protected by the heavenly emperor and the titled celestial emperors around him. However, in order to obtain something, one had to pay a price. This was a truth that had been passed down since ancient times. Lord Heavenly Guards were looking for Lord Heavenly Emperor. Although the patrolling heavenly guards were not titled celestial emperors, they were not ordinary celestial emperors, and they were not ordinary celestial emperors. Ordinary celestial emperors would not dare to cause trouble and have to seek protection from a heavenly emperor. You're looking for Lord Heavenly Emperor? The patrolling heavenly guards were stunned for a moment before they sized up Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoshuan. Finally, one of the heavenly guards stepped forward and said, "Follow me to the entrance." As soon as the heavenly guard finished speaking, he led the way while the other heavenly guards continued their patrol. The heavenly guard who led the way did not say a word as he led Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoshuan to the entrance of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven before he left. Before he left, he said to the 4 heavenly guards who were guarding the entrance, "These 2 said they're looking for Lord Heavenly Emperor. You can pass the message to them." After the patrolling heavenly guards left, the 4 heavenly guards who were guarding the entrance turned to look at Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoshuan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was studying the entrance of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. It was much grander than any of the other peaks in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect that he had seen before. It gave off a domineering aura. "Are you looking for Lord Heavenly Emperor?" One of the heavenly guards, who was guarding the mountain gate, asked with a serious expression. Since this person was looking for their Lord Heavenly Emperor, he must not be an ordinary person. He did not dare to be negligent. "Yes," Duan Lingtian nodded. "What's your relationship with Lord Heavenly Emperor?" the heavenly guard asked. Meng Haoshuan looked at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian said to the heavenly guard, "Senior Feng Qingyang left his legacy in his hometown, the mundane realm. I obtained it." "Oh." The heavenly guard narrowed his eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Based on what he knew, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven did not have a single official disciple. He only had 2 nominal disciples who had become disciples halfway through their cultivation. Apart from that, he had never heard of the heavenly emperor leaving behind any legacy, or who obtained it. "May I know your name?" the heavenly guard asked respectfully. Since Duan Lingtian had obtained the heavenly emperor's legacy, he did not dare to be disrespectful. "Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian replied. "May I ask why you're looking for Lord Heavenly Emperor?" the heavenly guard asked again. "It's a long story. Please help me pass the message to him. If Senior Feng Qingyang wants to see me, I'll tell him directly. If he doesn't want to see me, it'll be useless even if I tell him now." Duan Lingtian replied. Duan Lingtian became even more anxious when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After all, he was not certain if Feng Qingyang would be willing to help him. Even if they were to meet, he was not certain. Based on Duan Lingtian's current status, Would he really care about the legacy he had left behind in the mundane realm? All right, I'll pass the message on your behalf. The heavenly guard nodded before he left. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoxian's eyes. Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoxian waited patiently for the heavenly guard's return. After about 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian watched as the heavenly guard returned. A middle-aged man with a medium build and ordinary appearance, who was dressed in a green robe, returned with the heavenly guard. At first glance, the middle-aged man looked like an ordinary person. However, based on the heavenly guard's respectful manner, it was obvious the middle-aged man had an extraordinary status in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. This is the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor from the heavenly palace. After the heavenly guard returned, he stood behind the middle-aged man and introduced him to Duan Lingtian. He's one of the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly palace. He can directly contact Lord Heavenly Emperor. You said you're Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor in the mundane realm? The middle-aged man, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, looked at Duan Lingtian with a piercing gaze. Initially, he looked like an ordinary person, but at this moment, he exuded an extraordinary aura. Scroll top load next chapter S. Chapter 33-23. Yes. Although the middle-aged man in front of him looked ordinary, the aura he emitted at this moment made Duan Lingtian feel a little oppressed. At the very least, the middle-aged man was stronger than Dugu Wen, a titled celestial emperor assassin whom Duan Lingtian had killed in the past. It seems like he's as strong as the profound heaven celestial emperor in the heavenly pool palace. He's even stronger than my teacher, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian's teacher was none other than Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor. Naturally, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor was slightly weaker than Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace. I'm the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, a subordinate of Lord Heavenly Emperor. The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and said loudly, Lord Heavenly Emperor has left the heavenly pool palace to attend to some matters. Why are you looking for him? He left the heavenly pool palace? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Then he hurriedly explained, I'm looking for Senior Feng Qingyang to ask him for a favor. You're looking for Lord Heavenly Emperor for a favor? Meng Chuan raised his brows and said indifferently, I can contact His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. However, if you want me to contact him, I have to confirm your identity first. You said you obtained Lord Heavenly Emperor's legacy in the mundane realm. Can you prove it? Meng Chuan looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. He wanted Duan Lingtian to prove that he had obtained Feng Qingyang's legacy. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then with a thought, he unleashed the Sovereign Heart sword that he had not used for a long time. His sword heart emitted a sharp sword intent that spread out, exuding a chilling aura. The Sovereign Heart sword? Meng Chuan's eyes lit up. Although the purple-clad young man's Sovereign Heart sword was inferior to Lord Heavenly Emperor's Sovereign Heart sword, it had the same origin as Lord Heavenly Emperor's Sovereign Heart sword. It seems like you're Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor in the mundane realm. Meng Chuan nodded and said, Speak. Why are you looking for Lord Heavenly Emperor? Is there anything urgent? Now, Meng Chuan was much more polite when speaking to Duan Lingtian. This was because, according to his understanding of their Lord Heavenly Emperor, if the person in front of him was really the Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor, the Lord Heavenly Emperor would definitely have special feelings for him. Because their Lord Heavenly Emperor had yet to accept an official disciple. I came to find Senior Feng Qingyang to ask for his help. Although Feng Qingyang wasn't here, since the person in front of him could contact Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian didn't hide anything and told him the purpose of his visit. Heavenly Pool Palace? Save 2 people? After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Meng Chuan nodded. Although the Heavenly Pool Palace Master has a close relationship with the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, even the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven has to show respect to our Lord Heavenly Emperor. After a while, Meng Chuan sent a message to Duan Lingtian. I've already sent a message to Lord Heavenly Emperor. Please wait for a moment. However, 15 minutes passed. An hour passed, and Meng Chuan still didn't receive a reply. In the end, he sent a message to his elder brother Meng Luo. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, was one of the strongest subordinates of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was one of the strongest titled celestial emperors in the Devata realms. In terms of strength, he was in no way inferior to the leaders of heaven-grade forces in the Devata realms. The reason Meng Chuan had sent a message to Meng Luo was because the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had brought Meng Luo along with him. However, after sending a message to his elder brother, Meng Luo, he discovered that even his elder brother, Meng Luo, did not reply. Both Lord Heavenly Emperor and elder brother didn't reply. It seems like they have something urgent to attend to, or perhaps they can't receive messages from where they are right now. With this thought in mind, Meng Chuan looked at Duan Lingtian and shook his head. Duan Lingtian, neither Lord Heavenly Emperor nor my elder brother have replied to my messages. They're most likely at a place where they can't receive messages, or are too busy to respond to my messages. Meng Chuan smiled at Duan Lingtian and said, "How about this? I'll follow you to the Heavenly Pool Palace. What do you think?" Duan Lingtian was slightly disappointed when Meng Chuan told him that Feng Qingyang was not in the Heavenly Pool Palace and had not replied to his messages. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Meng Chuan's words. "Senior Meng Chuan, are you serious? I, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, am a woman of my word." Meng Chuan smiled faintly. "Since you're Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor in the mundane realm, you can be considered as his half-official disciple. Lord Heavenly Emperor isn't in the Heavenly Pool Palace, and I don't know when he'll return. Since you're here, it must be urgent. I'll follow you," Meng Chuan said. "Thank you, Senior Meng Chuan." Duan Lingtian thanked Meng Chuan. Meng Haoxian's eyes lit up when he saw Meng Chuan was willing to help. After all, Duan Lingtian had sought the help of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to save his eldest senior brother. Duan Lingtian went to the solitary destructive heaven alone. When he returned to the boundless heaven, he was accompanied by another person. It was none other than Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven. "Senior Meng Chuan." On the way, Duan Lingtian recalled something and said to Meng Chuan, "If it's possible, please ask the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace to release them without exposing my identity." Originally, Duan Lingtian had planned to visit the Heavenly Pool Palace master with Meng Chuan. However, on second thought, if Meng Chuan was willing to speak on behalf of the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven and ask the Heavenly Pool Palace to release Duan Lingtian, it did not matter to him whether Meng Chuan mentioned it or not. If he were to be mentioned, he would definitely drift further and further away from his master, Su Lang, and his senior martial brothers and sisters. Even if he were to leave the Heavenly Pool Palace, his relationship with Su Lang and the others wouldn't change at all. "No problem." Meng Chuan agreed immediately. He didn't care about the reason Duan Lingtian had said that. Now, all he knew was, this young man was most likely the successor of the mundane plane that His Majesty the Celestial Emperor had casually mentioned to his elder brother. Chapter 33-24. "Sir, it seems like you're determined to interfere in this matter?" Duga Wu's expression turned even uglier when he saw that Meng Chuan was ready to fight. Since Meng Chuan was close to Duan Lingtian, it was impossible that he did not know Duan Lingtian was a titled celestial emperor. Since Meng Chuan still dared to interfere in this matter, it was highly likely that Meng Chuan was a titled celestial emperor as well. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was not any weaker than a titled celestial emperor. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill Duga Wu's companion, Duga Wu. Duga Wu, the 100 variants celestial emperor, was one of the strongest titled celestial emperors. However, he was still killed by Duan Lingtian. Regardless of how Duan Lingtian managed to kill Duan Lingtian, it was clear that Duan Lingtian was not a simple person. In response to Duga Wu, Meng Chuan transformed into a torrent of water. He tore through the air, and thousands of azure blue sword beams flew towards Dugu Wu as they headed straight for him. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Thousands upon thousands of sword glows whistled out. They continuously fused together along the way, emitting waves of flexible yet fierce aura, causing Dugu Wu's expression to instantly change greatly. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian was not certain how strong the titled Celestial Emperor was. However, based on Meng Chuan's technique, he knew Meng Chuan was not any weaker than him. Meng Chuan had not only fused 3 profundities from the Law of Water, but he had also fused 2 profundities from the Law of Water as well. Apart from that, Meng Chuan had yet to use 3 profundities from the Law of Water. Even if the 3 profundities were not fused profundities, Meng Chuan's strength was still comparable to Dugu Wu's. After all, Dugu Wu's fused profundities had only reached this stage. Sir, as long as you don't interfere in my feud with Duan Ling Tian, I, Dugu Wu, am willing to owe you a favor. I won't go back on my word. Dugu Wu's heart sank when he saw Meng Chuan's strength. Initially, Duan Ling Tian thought Duan Ling Tian was just an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor. In fact, Duan Ling Tian thought Duan Ling Tian might not even be as strong as his brother, Dugu Wen, who had been killed by Duan Ling Tian. But now he realized that he was gravely mistaken. The person in front of him was no weaker than him. Now, he no longer had any thoughts of killing Duan Ling Tian. He only hoped that the person in front of him would not interfere in the grudge between him and the Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, whether or not he could escape today would be a problem. Whoosh! As soon as Dugu Wu finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian cast the teleportation profundity and appeared behind Dugu Wu. At the same time, he opened his little world and summoned the 2 Ning dragons. Roar! Roar! As for the 2 Ning dragons, Duan Ling Tian had already notified them through the world-cleansing divine water. Therefore, as soon as they appeared, they immediately joined forces. Whoosh! A vast and unparalleled power streaked across the sky, shaking the space as it rushed towards Dugu Wu's back. The combined attack of the 2 Ning dragons was not any weaker than the full-strength attack of an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor. It was precisely because of this that Dugu Wu's pupils constricted when the 2 Ning dragons attacked together with Meng Chuan. His figure blurred as he transformed into a huge bamboo pole that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as the gigantic bamboo that connected heaven and earth took root in the ground. Following that, a loud explosion rang in the air. The vast ground beneath their feet began to tremble, as if a shocking earthquake had just taken place. Of course, as the earth trembled, the dust that filled the sky also soared into the sky at the right time. So this is the tenacious heavenly bamboo? Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow. He knew this was Dugu Wu's true body. Tenacious heavenly bamboo? At this moment, Meng Chuan's indifferent voice rang in the air. I've long heard that the tenacious heavenly bamboo is so tenacious that it's indestructible. I'd like to see it for myself today. It was obvious Meng Chuan recognized Dugu Wu's true body. As soon as Meng Chuan finished speaking, his figure flashed as he stepped on the water and shook the sword in his hand. Immediately, countless dazzling azure sword flowers condensed in the air. Then, like rain, the sword flowers filled the sky as they fell. Boom! 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 At the same time, Meng Chuan's water attack and the 2 Ning dragons' joint attack landed on the tenacious heavenly bamboo. The tenacious heavenly bamboo swayed unsteadily under the attacks of the 2 forces before it was almost torn apart. However, a green light rose from it, and it healed in just a blink of an eye. At this time, the specks of sword rain also fell on the tenacious heaven bamboo, erupting with waves of terrifying power, as if they could destroy everything as easily as crushing dry weeds. After the shockwaves dissipated, the tenacious heavenly bamboo remained motionless, as though it hadn't been damaged at all. Sir, you're not weaker than me. I can't do anything to you, but you can't do anything to me either. My true body is the tenacious heavenly bamboo. Even if Duan Ling Tian joins forces with you, it'll be difficult for you to kill me. Dugu Wu's voice came from the tenacious heavenly bamboo. He was clearly talking to Meng Chuan. His tone was filled with confidence, as though he wasn't worried about being killed at all. Upon hearing Dugu Wu's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. The scene from before had frightened him. He never expected Dugu Wu's true body, the tenacious heavenly bamboo, to be so indestructible. No wonder he dares to use indestructible as his title. This Dugu Wu is indeed impressive. Duan Lingtian stared at the distant tenacious heavenly bamboo, his eyes flashing coldly. He knew that if he didn't kill Dugu Wu today, it would be difficult for him to find such an opportunity in the future. He was confident that he could kill Dugu Wu if he joined forces with Meng Chuan. However, if he did that, the 5 divine elements would be exposed. Although Meng Chuan was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, and was a titled celestial emperor under senior Feng Qingyang, who knew if Meng Chuan would covet the 5 divine elements? Duan Lingtian did not dare to take the risk. I can't do anything to you? At this moment, Meng Chuan stood in the distance. His robe fluttered even though there was no wind. He looked at the tenacious heavenly bamboo in the distance, and said with a faint smile on his face, "Try taking my sword first." In the next moment, as Meng Chuan's body trembled, a vast and boundless azure blue energy whizzed out from his body. Then it transformed into a giant that enveloped him. At the same time, Meng Chuan held his sword with both hands and raised it above his head. A sharp blue sword ray shot out of the emperor-grade celestial sword and into the sky. The giant raised his hand as well, and a huge blue sword appeared in his hand before it shone with a dazzling blue light that shot into the sky. My Lord Heavenly Emperor has taught me 2 techniques to fuse profundities, and he named it the Primeval Chaos Sword. Today, I'll see if your tenacious heavenly bamboo can withstand my Primeval Chaos Sword. As Meng Chuan spoke calmly, his hands suddenly trembled. Following that, the sword in his hand whistled straight down and slashed at the void. Buzz! At the same time, the giant that shrouded Meng Chuan swung his sword at the giant as well. The Primordial Chaos Sword? Dugu Wu's expression changed drastically when he heard Meng Chuan's words. He could not help but exclaim in shock. Why, you're from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The Primordial Chaos Sword was a technique created by the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. It required different profundities to be fused together. Although it was still 1 + 1 = 2, it could ignore the opponent's defense to a certain extent. In a battle between 2 powerhouses, the Primordial Chaos Sword was not very useful. However, in a situation where one party was evenly matched with the other party, because one party was proficient in defense, if the latter knew the chaotic origin sword, he would be able to easily destroy the other party's defense. Needless to say, this was the case. Buzz! The sword in the giant's hand swung down. The azure sword beam was like a destructive light that descended from the sky. The tenacious heaven bamboo trembled as it tried to dodge the attack. Flash! With a soft sound, the giant sword cut through the bamboo and continued downward. It actually cut the bamboo in half from top to bottom, as if it was chopping firewood. Boom! Rumble! When the bamboo was cut in half from top to bottom, the vast land where the bamboo had taken root was first torn apart by the heaven tinsel bamboo, creating countless ferocious fissures. Now that the giant's sword had sliced through the land, a long and narrow gully appeared. From afar, it looked as though the giant had sliced through the sky, trying to heal. Just as the split heaven tinsel bamboo was about to merge back together in an attempt to repair itself, Meng Chuan's eyes revealed a look of contempt as he smiled disdainfully. In the next moment, a blue energy suddenly burst out of the tenacious sky bamboo that had been cut in half from top to bottom. It directly blew the 2 halves of the tenacious sky bamboo into pieces. No! Dugu Wu's shriek of despair also spread out as the tenacious heaven bamboo was blown to pieces. The speed of sound was always slower than the speed of light. In fact, Dugu Wu had cried out before the tenacious heaven bamboo was blown apart, not at the same time. The tenacious heaven bamboo is only SOSO. Meng Chuan calmly withdrew his sword. At the same time, the giant that rose into the air gradually dissipated from the giant's hand, as though it had never appeared. How powerful! Duan Lingtian had thought that he would need to order the 2 Ning dragons to kill Dugu Wu, and use the power of the 5 divine elements. He never expected Meng Chuan to finish off Duguwu alone in the blink of an eye. Meng Chuan's final strike seemed to be able to restrain Duguwu's tenacious Heaven Bamboo's indestructible body. That strike wasn't much stronger than Meng Chuan's previous attack. However, it seemed to contain some means that could ignore Duguwu's defense. The primordial chaos sword? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled as his eyes lit up. Is this a technique created by Senior Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven?